gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. I do not know if there will be any media reports in the newspaper, on TV, or any radio about this particular case. I think there may be. If there are, you are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to these reports. You as jurors must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling of that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection for a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been, and the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must not decide the case. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible. We will try to resolve some of these things in the morning before we get started. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. In the long run, they say time for us all. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the indictment. So if you do have no keys and papers, you're sitting on them. They should be under your cushion. Indictment number 2204769. State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, Jamarcus Johnson. Indictment for conspiracy to commit murder first degree, Tennessee Code annotated 39-12-103, Sketch Code 31015, Tennessee Code annotated 39-13-202, Sketch Code 21015. Witness F. Prios and PD summoned for the state, J. Browning, multi-agency gang unit, J. Browning. A truth deal signed Mayor Bernard, foreperson of the grand jury, date indictment returned November 10, 2022. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. Count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee
You have so many plates to spin. Running operations, generating new leads,
The body of the County of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, Jermarcus Johnson, between June 1st, 2021 and March 1st, 2022 in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the filing of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, and with the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder, as classified in Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202, against the person of Adolph Thornton Jr., enter into an agreement with each other to commit the said offense. That said Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the said offense, and agreeing that one or more of them would engage in conduct which would constitute the said offense. In furtherance of the conspiracy of the said conspiracy, one or more of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act to which Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Cornelius Smith traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Hernandez Govan solicited both Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Hernandez Smith to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. Jermarcus Johnson aided in Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop's hideout and escape after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. Aided communication between Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. and facilitated payments to Cornelius Smith for the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr., all of which is in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-12-103 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Steve Morroy, District Attorney General, 30th Judicial District. Count 2. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the County of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the filing of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation, kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed Steve Morroy, District Attorney General, 30th Judicial District.
Mr. Govan, counsel, how do you feel?
Guilty to both counts.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We met last week, but for formality's sake, my name is Iris Williams, and I represent the state of Tennessee. When I was a kid, one thing that my mom always told me is that there are few things that we can control. But one of those things are our choices. Our choices can move mountains. Our choices can get us into trouble. And our choices can mean life and death. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about choices. You're going to hear a lot of evidence this week. You're going to hear a lot of names. But the name that I want you to remember is Hernandez Govan. And I want you to remember the choices he made. And even more importantly, I want you to remember the consequences of those choices. Picture this. November 17, 2021. The victim, Adolph Thornton and his brother, they pull up to McKee's Cookie Shop on Airways Boulevard. They park the car, they get out, they talk to the cashier, and seconds later, a white Mercedes pulls up and Adolph Thornton is gunned down and killed. We'll hear from Dr. Juliet Skinner, the medical examiner in this case. She'll tell you that Thornton's body had around 20 gunshot entrance wounds to his neck, his chest, his arms, and a catastrophic injury to his face. But how did we get here? How do we start? Where do we begin? This trial will begin with Erica Thornton. She'll tell you that she is Mr. Thornton's sister. She'll tell you about the last time that she saw her brother alive. And she'll tell you when she heard that he was gone. And after Ms. Thornton testifies, you'll hear from Mr. Raul Hopkins. He'll tell you that he worked for security for Thornton for years. And Adolph Thornton just wasn't Adolph Thornton. He was known across the city as Young Dolph, a musician. His music, his artistry, his journey, his ambition inspired and spoke to this city in ways that a lot of artists just couldn't do. Thornton made his own way in the music industry. And he created a label called PRE, Paper Route Empire. Hopkins will tell us about it. He'll tell us that Adolph Thornton made his way in the music industry and created opportunities for other artists. But when you create opportunities for others, some people don't see them right now. So Hopkins will tell us about another label, CMG, also known as Cocaine Music Group. He'll tell us about the history and the tension between these two labels. He'll tell us that CMG wanted Thornton as their own, but when he decided to pave his own way, when he decided to be self-made, he became CMG's enemy. Hopkins is going to set the stage for how this story truly began. And after Hopkins, you'll hear from Cornelia Smith. And this is when it all will click. Smith is a co-defendant. He'll tell you that he met Govan in 2021. They met through Smith's friend, Bobby Carter. And Smith has a couple of nicknames for Govan. He calls him Big Bro or Quet. Govan started out by selling drugs to Smith, pills more specifically. But that's not the only thing that Govan did. Govan chose Smith. And Govan chose him to do a job. Govan also chose Justin Johnson, another co-defendant, to do that same job. A job that ended in the life and death of Adolph Thornton Jr. He chose two desperate people. Smith, needing money, needing to support his family. Justin Johnson, an aspiring and up-and-coming rap artist that wanted to be on CMG's label. The very label that Govan had access to and was affiliated with. Smith will also talk about a meeting at Govan's house. The people present at that meeting were Smith, Govan, Justin Johnson, and Anthony Mims, also known as Big Joke. Now, Joke is the number 2 person at the CMGO. Smith will tell you that Govan said that there was a bounty on Adolph Thornton's life. In fact, there were multiple bounties on PRE artists. Govan told Smith that there was a $100,000 bounty on Adolph Thornton's life, and that the money was good. The money was guaranteed if Smith and Johnson completed this job. So what did they do? What did the 2 desperate people do? They agreed. And Govan asked for a $10,000 cut from each of them. He chose to ask for this cut from each of them. And one thing that is important to note is that Smith and Johnson didn't even really know each other, but they knew Govan. Govan was the link between them. So let's fast forward to November 2021. Smith hears that Thornton and other PRE artists are in town. It's Thanksgiving time. PRE often hosts turkey drives at different locations across the city. So they knew that they were around. Justin Johnson picks up Smith from Smith's father's house, and they go hunt. They get to a stoplight on Airways, and at that stoplight, they see a special car pass there. And what is that car? A blue.
Our future won't be handed to us. We will build it. But how can
One person in this city then drives that car in this region of town. Adolph Thornton. So what does Smith and what does Johnson do? They follow that car. They follow that car. The car parks at McHugh's cookie shop. And seconds later, Smith and Johnson pull up in a stolen white Mercedes, gun down, and kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in broad daylight. They get back in the car, speed off, but not before Thornton's brother, Marcus Thornton, fires shots and shoots Smith. So Smith and Johnson are in this stolen white Mercedes. But where do they go? They go to ditch the car. They ditch the car, and we'll hear from Sergeant Dabney that the car was left at 1174 Bradley Street, which they later find out is directly across the street from the defendant's home. After they ditch the car, Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson go to an apartment complex to change clothes and clean up their rooms. Cornelius notices something. He doesn't have his phone. He realizes that he left his phone in the white Mercedes, the murder car that they left across the street from the defendant's house. So what does he do? He uses Justin Johnson's phone to contact his own girlfriend, Angela Arnold, and you will also hear from her. You'll hear from Angela Arnold, and you'll hear from Cornelius Smith that she picked him up from that apartment complex. When she picked him up, he told her what happened. He told her that he was hurt, and he told her that he was missing his phone. So what did he do next? Smith contacted Govan from Angela Arnold's phone and asked to meet so he could get his phone back. Ladies and gentlemen, there are copious amounts of phone records, and Sergeant Browning will testify that these call detail records will support what Smith is saying. And if that's not enough, Angela Arnold will tell you that she and Smith met with Govan after the murder so that Smith could get his phone back. But that's not where it is. Smith will tell you that at that exchange, Govan gave him money to buy a car cover, to hide the white Mercedes, to hide the murder car that was parked directly across the street from his own home. Not only that, but the day before Cornelius Smith was arrested, he ran into Govan. Govan was concerned. Govan was worried that Cornelius Smith had not been paid. And so what did he tell Smith? He told Smith that he was going to go to Prevay to make sure Smith got his money. Prevay is a lounge and restaurant that's affiliated with CMG artists. Ladies and gentlemen, choices. A choice to get two desperate people to agree to murder Adolph Thornton. A choice to guarantee them money. A choice to ask for a cut of that money. A choice to help one of the killers get his phone back after the murder. A choice to make sure that one of the killers got paid after the murder. Choices. When you hear all of the evidence, and when you hear all of the videos and look at all of the photos and exhibits, you will see the consequences of Govan's actions. Violence, death, loss. A man, a human being, taken from this world in one of the most shocking of ways, giving cookies for his family in broad daylight in his neighborhood during the holidays. At the end of this week, the state will be asking you, the jury, to make a choice. The defendant is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and first-degree murder. Last week in jury selection, we talked about theories of conspiracy and criminal responsibility. And once you have heard all of the evidence, the state will ask you to make a choice and find Hernandez Govan guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
This is the first, the only Indian that doesn't know how to do IT. As far as that. My name is Manny. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here representing Mr. Hernandez Govan, along with our former IT specialist, Robert Wilson, who's also a lawyer. Haley Halty-Langer, who's sitting in the white suit, and then also Beth Lovell, who's in the black suit, as far as that goes. Last week, I talked to you guys a lot about first impressions. And the reason I mention that is sometimes the first impression can be wrong. I listened to a very beautiful, eloquent speech from the prosecutor in this case, and that was really, really good. But that's the false first impression. You promised that as a peer of Mr. Govan, you would listen to everything. So let me share to you the rest of the story. This entire case is going to come down to the guy with the machine gun that shot off Adolph. The whole case is going to come down again, and then possibly his girlfriend backing up his story. Remember, Cornelius Smith has made at least 5 different statements to law enforcement over the course of the year where everything changes. And then met with the prosecution at least 5 or 6 times to go over his testimony prior to testifying with the day. So you should ask yourself the question when the judge instructed you that somebody have a reason to lie, that they have an interest in the outcome. You are caught red-handed in a video you're about to see in a second. Taking an AK-47 or lighting it after a group of stores in broad daylight. He's facing a mandatory life sentence. That's a big question about. And I ask each and every one of you, what would you do if you were facing a mandatory life sentence to be an out? Why would you need to make so many different statements if you were telling the truth? And remember, the truth is the truth. You don't need to practice it. You don't need to remember it. It's there. So let's see who the government has gotten in bed with to try to prove their case against Hernandez Govan.
Sure, millions of people trust this print to print business cards they love. Yep. But did you know we also print a t-shirt?
So the man you have to believe is the man who's capable of, in broad daylight, carrying an AK-47, going into a store full of people, and just, without hesitation, opening fire. And he's the one that's going to tell you that Mr. Govan did this, this, and this. Nothing that he says can be validated. The other thing the government's going to try to talk to you about is cell phone tower records. The expert that the government may call, or if they don't call, I'll call them, will tell you tower records are inherently unreliable because it's not like on TV. There's a reason why all the engineers and the cell phone providers, T-Mobile, AT&T specifically, regulators that will not testify in court because they're unreliable. The other thing you have to know, and Robert put up the slide, within a 10 square mile area of where all this happened, there are 553 T-Mobile towers. 553 just from T-Mobile. And it's hard to see this because there's so many. There will be more AT&T towers, there will be this. Essentially over 1,000 towers out there. And what the expert will tell you is, this isn't an exact science. Just because your phone hangs on a certain tower doesn't mean you were there. See, towers get filled up if you may have to transfer to the next tower near. All these people live in a couple of mile radius, so of course it's going to hit all these towers. But there is 553 just from T-Mobile within that area while this happened. They talk to you about conspiracy and how Govan picked these two individuals. The state chooses to cherry pick a little bit here and a little bit there from each of the statements. But let me play a 5-second clip about how all this supposedly happened. I'm not saying it happened. I'm not saying Gomez is involved in one way, shape, or form, but if he wanted to make Hernandez Smith the AK-47 shooter, and God knows how many other shootings he's done that he'll talk about. I want you to listen to this.
It was one day, me and Angela was out riding, and I was on X field, so I went to the courthouse to get the X field from him, and Juke was over there. And when I walked in, there was one quick told Juke, this little seat right here, and my little Juke was like, he don't know. First, he said, take all the phones outside, you know. He ain't say my phone, he said quit phone, I passed my phone to make it feel comfortable. So, took the phone outside and Juke was like, he don't know how to get him, he yells, and I came. I'm like, exactly when it was, but yo, he said.
All right. So the state just told you to your face that Mr. Govan picked out two desperate people. Cornelius Smith, if you were to believe him, says in his statement, I just happened to be going by Quet's house, Govan's house, to buy some ecstasy pills with my girlfriend. Joke happened to be there. Doesn't say Quet said a word. Joke says there's a hate on everybody, and I got you, and Joke says, take the phones outside while I talk to you. Assuming you believe any of that's true. And the reason I ask you if you think any of that's true is the police never went to question Joe, aka Hernandez, or your guy, or any of the people who had seen you. Never once even tried to do an interview. So this is as plain as day. Joe said do it. Quite didn't say anything. Quite lives in the worst part of Memphis in Orange County. Sells a few ecstasy pills to make a living and hustles with his sports game. He's a nobody. That's why I asked you about the Peters. He's a throwaway that they can blame. Why did they not talk to Chuck or anybody else who's seen you? Ever. Now, Chuck ended up getting killed in 2024, 2.5 years after the fact. Never arrested, never talked to, never interviewed, never pursued, never surveilled, nothing. The judge also told you, when you assess credibility, you need to look at how well you remember this thing. Cornelius Smith cannot even tell you when he was propositioned to go kill somebody. The shooting happened in November 17, 2021. And the best the police can say is that the meeting, where just randomly happened, as Cornelius himself has said, was sometime between August and September, 3 months prior to the shooting taking place. 3 months. He will tell you there's no plan. All he was told by Jared was there's a price on their head. And that's kind of funny because when the cops, if they testify honestly, will tell you there have been multiple attempts on Mr. Dolph's life. Twice in Charlotte by other folks, and once in Los Angeles. Everybody in Memphis knew there was a price on their head because there was a war between PRA and CNG that were shooting each other. Yogagi's car was shot up here. The song 100 Shots came up after one of these things. There's a rivalry going on, people have been shooting. The police went through this, they know this. They also pulled YouTube videos where people are openly threatening to kill Dolph. It's in their slideshow. You know what they call their investigation? Operation Cookie Monster. That's how tasteful this whole thing is happening with these folks. I'm sorry, my arm is shaking because I'm so furious that we're here as far as the trial goes. So the other thing the government hasn't told you when we talk about first impressions is for weeks prior to the November 17, 2021 shooting, nobody called Govan, talked to him, did anything, be it Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith. What Cornelius will tell you, which the government didn't tell you, is that morning, it was Cornelius' daughter's birthday. But he gets a call from Justin Johnson and says, I got a car, let's go do something. They get in the car, they start driving around, just looking for somebody to kill. They just happened to see young Dolph's car going by. And they opened fire. And they killed. And the interesting thing is, even though nobody communicated with Govan for weeks prior to this, they didn't talk to him afterwards. He didn't help him get the car. He didn't help him escape. He didn't tell him what to do. He didn't tell him where to go. He didn't do spontaneous issue between two young men that morning. They shot it, and you know why they don't play it? Because they just start calling random people after the shooting. They don't call over. They have to go someplace to get bandaged up as far as that goes. The people that hunt them never been charged with accessories to anything. They've been hit right up wherever they need to get hurt. They left the car and crossed the street and go in house in the middle of the street, in front of the street. So if there's some master plan, that may be one of the dumbest plans you could possibly have if you're going to kill the most important person, the most famous person in Memphis, as far as that goes. Again, there were no phone contacts for weeks prior to the shooting, especially in the morning. No man would know that the proceedings was shooting. The only way anybody finds out is social media blows up right away, and multiple people start calling Justin Johnson. Reloading, who knows it? Because the word's out that Justin would have done it. Trent Ingram is another word with here. He actually carjacked the white Mercedes and then gave it to each other to use in the shooting. He's not charged with this case. He's not even charged with carjacking. But he had to pick up another murder right after this happened. And so now he's in custody for the other murder that he committed. Perhaps I'm making first impressions, you might want to know that. I thought about going over at least one of Hernandez's statements and advice, but I think it's just a little too much. We would be here for about 2 hours going through everything that he said has been inconsistent, bald-faced lies. In fact, you know how somebody's lying? Because in his first interview, that lasted a little over an hour, 32 times he told the police, trust me, I promise, I swear to God, I wouldn't lie to you. 32 times he says that before answering one of his questions on one of his first interviews after he's caught. And after he's caught, his girlfriend gets questioned because he ran down the license plate numbers, all that stuff with the post. She lies to her teeth on December 14th of 2021. I don't know nothing about nothing. Because Cornelius is talking to her trying to make up a false alibi. See, where's the plan in all this? See, if I have a plan to go kill somebody, we have a place to go do something far away. I have people that can cover for me as an alibi. I don't make random phone calls. And so Angela, who knew nothing about this according to her, picks them up at the location where they can damage up with a shot, drives them around town, helps them out. Of course, she's not charged. She initially lies and denies everything. The police then come back and say, we're going to charge you if you want to tell us the truth. And so on the 17th of December, 3 days later, she comes back. But what the police don't know at that time is Mr. Cornelius Smith has called 4 of his family members to reach out to Angela to get the story straight. Because he keeps saying on jail phone calls, find out what she said, find out what she said, find out what she said. And then on the 17th, it comes back, and they're talking to her. And she says, well, we went over that house sometime in the past, just like we talked about. She doesn't know anybody. She said, I can't think of his name. And the interesting part is, the officer said, is it somebody named Q? And then she says, oh yeah, it's Fred. Remember the phrase Bobby Carter that I mentioned? Bobby Carter also is a friend. They have to be their friends to Cornelius Smith. They like this together. You actually see folks together. And the other thing Angela Smith says is, go back and bought us the phone after the fact. How is that part of any plan or anything else? They called to give me a phone. The interesting thing about that is that it's true and you believe it, there would be fingerprints on the car. The police fingerprinted it, DNA it, did everything. Cornelius' fingerprints are there, Trey England's fingerprints are there, Houston Barnett, the other guys, will be trainers. Houston Barnett, his fingerprints are there. There's DNA in there, there's blood in there, but nothing with regards to blood. They found the car 3 days after the shooting took place across the street from Mr. O'Reilly's house. There's nothing to do with it, he didn't touch it. So if you didn't do that, how did he open the door? And frankly, how did he get the keys to open the door? See, Cornelius doesn't give you the detail. He doesn't know what any of that stuff. So tell me how Mr. Govan got into the car and how he did it so beautifully Being dumb enough to take a murder car of one of the most famous people and say, let's just park it across the street, and then somehow magically wipe his friend's DNA and hear anything out of that car while he's looking for the phone. You know why that is? Because he didn't do it. What you're going to hear from Trent Ingram is Trent Ingram, when he stole the car, left his backpack, his wallet, and some other things in the car. And he and Justin Johnson go with that. You will hear that from Trent Ingram's own statement with regards to that car. This is why I talk about first impressions, because they always could be misleading, and in this case, patently false. When you cherry pick the evidence that we want to tell you, and then have the cameras rolling on a high-profile case, pressure you to commit a verdict of guilty, it's patently unfair. And just because he's a nobody and doesn't have money, like Donnie or Joe, his brother, who will never even question or charged, he's the fall guy in all this stuff. He didn't do anything. Even if you believe in anyways, all he says is, I just happened to show up there and say, hey, this is a little seat. Joe took over and started doing all the talking. Do you think that man who basically $100,000 and you said, yeah, he's good for it, I don't need any knowledge, and he's good for it. And interestingly enough, Cornelius' story also changed in Los Angeles, because initially we were supposed to be paying $1.5 million. Then after another interview, it became $1 million. Then it became $500,000. Then it became $100,000. Then it became, we're going to split $100,000 between me and Justin Johnson. Then it became, somebody gave me $50,000 in a brown paper bag. Then it became, when I was wrong about that, he was after I was arrested, somebody gave my lawyer $38,000 in a bag to represent me. That's how many times this story shifted, as far as that goes. But one thing that he does say is, after I got the money from Mr. Jerk's people, it was understood that he was on that team. Again, he was never arrested, never talked to, even though he says that's where the money's coming from. That guy doesn't have $1 million or $100,000 or anything like that. I may walk around wearing fancy ties, but he's in this I'm here to help him, because people that are labeled as nobodies, I will not tolerate it. He needs to be fought for. He is your peer. We need to do this right. Mr. Govan, stand up. Hold your head up high. Mr. Govan matters. You can't do this to people just for political gain because you gotta solve a crime because somebody famous died. It's just wrong. But you can sit down. We can't have a society like this where you base convictions on assault rifle people. Opening up fire on somebody. And you remember when I told you couldn't even remember when that meeting was, that random meeting? The best thing you could do is remember that the meeting was sometime between when you trying to shoot Root or somebody else. That's the best you could do as far as that goes. And so you have to believe that this meeting happened. For 3 months nothing goes on, and then one day it just happens. Remember I asked you about pork chops and chicken and all that kind of stuff? If you're going to do something, you can give a plan and it changes. If you believe any of that, he didn't have any plan. You have a plan, you have a place to go. You have a place to hide out, you have an alibi built in. None of that happens. None of that happens. And Mr. Cornelius Smith is going to get up here and tell you, I want to bare my soul, I want to come clean, I want to do all this other stuff. You know I call BS on that part, because when he tells you that, he will. Because he testified for it, he wants to bare his soul. He wants to make amends. And ask yourself, why for 4 years didn't you stay in the building, plea and take his life sentence and start making amends? He still hasn't played anything. His lawyers in negotiations with the government. There's quote no deal, but you know, we do good things out of our heart when we're caught dead, red-handed murdering somebody. Because we don't want any benefit by coming on the stage and telling me whatever you guys want to hear. 6 times with interviews, 6 potentially more times with the government, more interviews. The truth doesn't change. You don't have to remember it, you don't have to practice it, you don't have to rehearse it. It is what it is. And this is not the truth. I think I mentioned it in jury selection, but responsibility for your actions goes both ways. There's going to be a lot lacking in this case. For example, if you hear about one cell phone records, you may call food, but the full-on analysis is rather see that for the expert. It's all coming down to Cornelius and possibly where somebody's phone might have been. You don't know what they said, if they even talked, or if as a friend you're calling somebody after a shooting because everybody starts calling everybody within minutes after this, the social media blew up after this. You all know it. You all heard it. Everybody knew that. Govan is your peer. He deserves better. He shouldn't be here. High profile TV cameras are not. Sympathy for a young man who's a musician, whatever he was. Nobody deserves that. But you don't compound the problem by blaming this at people's work. And even if you don't want to believe he's innocent, you want to believe Cornelius. It sure as heck didn't prove the case beyond reasonable doubt. Talk to you guys about that. It was just, it's either guilty or they didn't prove it. So I'm asking you at least at a minimum say you didn't prove it in about 3 or 4 weeks. Thank you.
State Post Air reporting.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth.
Yes.
Let's see what it says.
Good morning. Good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Erica Morrison, ERICA, THORNTON.
And do you know an individual by the name of Adolph Gordon Jr.?
Yes,
How do you know?
my brother.
If you were to see a picture of Mr. Gordon, could you recognize him? Of course. Mark me on first, please.
Okay.
Ms. Gordon, is that photo okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, we ask that this photo be entered as the next number exhibit into evidence.
No objection.
This is a photo of a young man in glasses. Back on the bench, in front of Marcus is
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I have permission to publish his name? And Ms. Gordon, when was the last time you saw your brother alive?
The last time that I seen him alive was Labor Day of 2021.
And after that, you didn't see him alive anytime else?
Face to face, we had like FaceTime calls prior to, but after Labor Day, but just, we had FaceTime calls pretty much every day. So the last time I communicated with him was the day before he was killed, November 16th.
And on the day that he was killed, do you remember how you found out?
Yes,
How did you know?
my sister called me.
Ms. Gordon, Thornton, you said that the last time, or the day that you learned something had happened to him was November 16th?
No, I learned that something happened to him on the 17th. The day, the 16th was the last time I had a conversation with him on FaceTime.
So November 17th, 2021, that's when you learned something happened to him.
Yes.
I don't have any questions, I'm sorry for Thank you.
Standing call roll, Hopkins.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Hopkins. Could you state for the benefit of our jurors who may be taking notes, could you state your name and spell your first and last name?
Ronald Hopkins, RAUNHOPKINS.
And I am going to ask you to speak up,
Yes.
if that's okay. I want to make sure that our court.
Have you ever strived to make one thing perfect? Have you ever?
Mr. Hopkins, do you know an individual by the name of Adolph Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Mr. Johnson?
From the lady.
And you know from the neighborhood, how long have you known him?
Probably about 20-something years.
And other than knowing him from the neighborhood, did you have any other relationship? Mr. Johnson? What did Mr. Johnson do for you?
He was a hip-hop artist.
And did you provide any services to him in relation to being a hip hop artist?
Yes, ma'am. Security.
And how long have you done security for Mr. Johnson?
7 years.
What was Mr. Garner's, you said he was a hip hop artist, was he affiliated with a certain label?
Yes, ma'am.
What label is that?
PRE.
I'd like to pass forward a picture and see if you recognize the picture. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that picture?
Picture of the channel, this label, PRE.
Or who did that picture into equity
No objection.
Again, Mr. Hopkins, could you explain to the jurors
That's his channel, PRE.
what did PRE stand for?
Paper Out Entertainment.
Did he have any issues with other labels?
Yes,
What label was that?
CMG.
And what does the CMG stand for? CMG. Well, let's go back a bit. Who are some of the other artists that are on the PRE label?
There's several artists that they have. Which one is that? Yeah, Kenny.
did CMG ever any point of going, Mr. Thorne, that professional law in the county dock, is that right?
Yes,
Did they ever want one dock to sign that right?
yes,
Would that be the beginning of their issue?
could be.
Okay. Then Mr. Thorne, their gun dock, ever signs the
No, ma'am.
He had his own label, he already said that.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any acts of violence between these individuals, PRD and CMG?
Yes,
Was that before or after you became involved as a firefighter?
it was out.
Tell us about the first one, first incident.
First incident I remember was in 2015.
And I'm asking you to speak up.
It was in 2015. We was in Charlotte. We were sitting in the sprint. They just went upstairs. There was two more individuals that was in the sprint. Came running up, saying the sprint just got shot.
You say Sprinter, it's like
Sprint,
Sprinter.
yes, ma'am.
You were where now?
I was upstairs.
No, I went to the,
Oh, it was in Charlotte.
in Charlotte.
Yes, ma'am.
So the Sprinter van was shot.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Mr. Thorne in the van?
No, ma'am.
Where was he?
We was upstairs.
But you was just getting out of this van?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you learn anyone who was responsible for the shooting?
They said something on the news, but we don't know what we actually.
What was the next incident that you recall?
This is, it was in 2017 in Charlotte.
And it was the end of, you said Charlotte?
Charlotte, yes,
So
ma'am.
Charlotte twice?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that incident.
I wasn't there, but when I known that this issue, we got shot.
And who are you saying? What he,
Like young dog,
young dog station,
young dog issue, we got shot.
was he hurt?
No, ma'am.
Was there another incident? Oh, do you know who was responsible for that? There was another incident. What was the next incident?
2018, in Los Angeles, California.
Were you present for it?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn about what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
You can tell us about what you learned.
When I was at a baseball game, somebody called me and said, young dog just got shot in California. That's how I heard about that.
And did you being on the California?
Yes, ma'am. I went there the next morning.
You know who was possibly responsible for that? Let's fast forward to 2021. Let's actually fast forward to November 2021. Did young Dolph have an event or something big going on for him?
Yes, ma'am. Every November, he would do a turkey drive for the community.
And explain us what you mean by that.
He would go to several communities and give out turkeys.
And when you do this personally,
Yes,
did he also have members of his label figures with him?
yes, ma'am.
In November of 2021, was he in Memphis with him?
He was in Memphis, but he didn't participate in the turkey drives.
Is there any particular reason why he did not participate in the label?
He just thought he had, I just thought he had to do it. He wanted to make sure his arms was doing the best.
And so how many of these different turkey drives did they do?
Before, yes, ma'am.
Would they be all on one day or would they be spread out?
Then we spread it out. It was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday.
And is this around a certain time? Is it, you mentioned turkey, I always think of turkey as a Thanksgiving. Was this around Thanksgiving?
It was a week before Thanksgiving.
So, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, 2034, 2035, 2036, 2037, 2038, 2039, 2040, 2041, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045, 2046, 2047, 2048, 2049, 2050, 2051, 2052, 2053, 2054, 2055, 2056, 2057, 2058, 2059, 2060, 2061, 2062, 2063, 2064, 2065, 2066, 2067, 2068, 2069, 2070, 2071, 2072, 2073, 2074, 2075, 2076, 2077, 2078, 2079, 2080, 2081, 2082, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2094, 2095, 2096, 2097, 2098, 2099, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009 mentioned about him being in town. Did he live in Memphis? Do y'all know? So he was visiting there.
He came in because of the turkey ride.
When did you last see him?
Last week, it was that Tuesday, by 7 o'clock, I seen him.
Said, hey, on you saw him. And did you learn any, did you hear from him after that? What was the next that you heard of?
Was that friends still around? I left him,
And what did you do?
just got shot.
That did you previously, did you video from that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Like the past, a flash drive? Does it look good?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it about?
It's a flash drive, fills up video inside, outside.
If you want the envelope, see if there is the flash drive.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that flash drive? How do you know that was a flash drive?
Because I got my initial on the RH.
And the video that you do, what is it? The video of?
Video, Dolph.
You know, you can have it in this evidence that you receive.
No objection.
I'm going to flash drive. I'm going to flash drive. Put this video inside or outside. On my Commissioner Govan.
Introducing the Spectracide Wasp Hornet and Yellow Jacket trap. With a lure that's impossible to resist. Mission refuelable 24/7, 360-degree backyard defender. Spectracide. You hold the power.
Now at Hardee's, 2 hand-breaded chicken tender wraps are only $5.
Mr. Hopkins, can you read the dates at the top of the seal?
Number 17.
Do you recognize this deal that is on
Yes, ma'am.
this? And who's the deal with this?
Dolph.
Mr. Hopkins, do you recognize the individual in the, the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is the person?
President Dolph.
You see a second individual coming up the video. Who is it?
That's his brother, Marcus.
There is someone or something at the bottom that does, I apologize, I wasn't one that's having technical difficulties. But who is, or what is said at the bottom of the document?
That's his mom.
This is referred to.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. This is Marcus.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Inside and outside of the shop, the bedrooms, different.
Yes, ma'am.
You were not looking at that.
I know that.
Why would you not listen?
He had me doing other things. He's on me to be with the other artists.
And did you go to the scene of the cookie shop?
Yes, ma'am.
The location here in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
Something that we were in.
Just put it against the lower court here. Can you all see that? Mr. Hopkins, my name is Nathan, or how are you this morning?
Fine, sir.
Sorry for your loss, obviously, this is very troubling, no one should ever have to be killed by a so I sympathize. We spoke on the phone when we were coming in from the airport this past weekend, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you worked as the bodyguard for Mr. Dolph.
Yes, sir.
Was it you and other people as part of the team?
It was, but it was man.
So you were the boss. You mentioned to the prosecutor that there was a history of violence between PRA and CMG.
Yes, sir.
And as I saw from this, and I'm not trying to be negative anyway, but Mr. Dolph travels with an assault rifle in his car, as we saw his brother pull it out from the driver's side.
I don't know if he traveled with it, he had it that day.
Okay, and have you seen him with other weapons in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And his brother had his handgun and he was shooting at the other people, as we saw today.
Yes, sir.
And then he pulled out the assault rifle, against the driver's side and shot some more.
Yes, sir.
With regards to the violence that goes back and forth between these two music groups, you personally know at least 3 checks on Dolph's life, 2016, and 15, 2017, and 2018, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so he needed security, obviously, there's lots of problems with it.
Yes, sir.
And with regards to coming to Memphis on the week before Thanksgiving, Mr. Dolph didn't live in Memphis anymore, right?
Yes, sir.
How long before this incident had he moved away from Memphis?
4 or 5 years.
Okay. A lot of it, I think we talked about is for safety reasons, because everybody's, it's pretty violent here as far as between the PRE and CMG.
Yes.
So it's known that his life is in danger when he's here and he's bodyguard.
Peacemaker killed my son. My priority is revenge. I know it's because my losses are bigger than theirs. Jeez.
Have you ever heard the phrase spend the block? And with regards to him coming here the week before Thanksgiving. He wasn't here participating in turkey runs. He was here to help out his artist. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Just a little proof. I asked you not to talk about this among yourself, so don't get direct express yourself. Do exactly this as you say.
Court stands in brief recess.
Everything about me. Cameraman, you're not supposed to be photographing any of this family. You understand that? I'm speaking to all of you. You should not be photographing any of Mr. Dolph's family. Not at all. Or Mr. Govan's family. Okay? Not at all. Thank you. Yeah, I told you that. Okay, I don't want to talk to you. Yes, yes.
in this chunky salsa. Authentic, bold,
future won't be handed to us. We will build it. But how can we, when the education we need is still just an elective?
How would you create with computer science and AI?
The skills transforming our industry.
And increasing our earnings by 8%.
This isn't learning. It's what education is supposed to do. Make computer science and AI a graduation requirement.
Introducing Hardee's home-style breakfast burritos with cheese, fluffy egg, crispy hash browns, breakfast.
might want to do that.
Right. All right, we might need to go back. What's going on, right?
What's back to the session? Ready on it? Every time in, let's work.
Thank you,
They will call Hernandez Smith.
Step this way, sir. Stand right here, face your owner, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your first and last name for the jury?
Lee Schmidt.
And for the benefit of our jurors who may be taking notes in our court reporter, could you spell your first and last name?
CORNELIUS
It's okay, can I call you Cornelius?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Cornelius.
Like, yeah, like, in the middle of 21.
When you met him, under what circumstances were you?
I met him through an individual named Bobby, about pills at the time. I took down pills.
And would that be Bobby Parker?
Yes, ma'am.
You were buying the pills from Mr. Govan?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of pills were you buying?
Ecstasy, and sometimes purchasing pills. Hospital.
Would you say, why were you buying pills?
Pop pills. Pop pills. That was my true.
Did you have a particular reason why you were popping pills?
I had a lot of stress going on with it. It was on and off anyway, but then I was just back home.
Was there a particular incident that caused you?
I had lost my son in 2020, March of 2020.
You've been on them before?
I ain't been on it before.
When you at some point stopped,
Stop.
and after your son,
Kids got to start me off.
and that's through that course you got so much trouble.
It's fine.
Where would you meet Mr. Govan?
At first, Bobby started going to get the kids from me. And then, one particular day, Bobby ain't want to go, so, I went and got something for me myself.
And where was it?
It is on Bradley Street.
Was it, how did you know this where it was?
The lady used to be right across the street at Bobby house. You know what I'm saying? From his house.
When, so you've always gone to Bobby's house?
Yeah, he was hang out with Bobby.
So let's go back to mid-summer or so, however you say, 2021, when you first came into contact with Mr. Govan. At what point did the situation change from you, or did it change from you buying pills from him to something else?
I guess after a couple runs, going to buy pills on my own, he started asking me I want to make some money. Where did I get some money?
Did you want some money?
Yeah, because sometimes I go to him and I get a couple pills on credit, so that was when he was like, you want to make some money?
And why did you need money? Were you working at the time?
Yeah, nah, not really. I wanted to work like, I think you keep a job with here.
So you want money. What did you want money for?
I get make sure my children were straight, allow me to go to bills, make sure I was good.
How many children you have at the time?
I got 5 now, but I had 6.
6 altogether. This
It was after my son had killed, I had 5.
So you wanted money to make sure your kids were okay, you pop your pills, you would be okay. You have a girlfriend or something.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was your girlfriend now?
Yes,
Miss Angela? Did Miss Angela have a last name? Arnold?
yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, 5 kids and girlfriend, and pill head. So at some point, Mr. Govan asked you if you wanted to make some extra money.
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you supposed to make extra money?
Well, he told me that it was, you know, it was a ban on paper out here.
Okay, I didn't understand nothing you said.
It was a hit on, it was a hit at the time on a couple guys in paper out here, on paper out here.
Okay, and what was some of those business names, if you can recall?
Paper out Wood, Young Dog. I don't know,
At what point did he mention the actual balance, as you say?
one night leaving against the bid, he mentioned the prices on, you know, who had it on his head. Young Dog had 100 on his head. Somebody had 5 on his head, 10 on his head. He mentioned the prices too.
So it was almost like a catalog. This person costs this much, this person costs this much.
What is going on here, what is more going on here,
And who had
and
the
Dolph
most?
has more money on here.
He had 100,000. And when you say his head,
I mean, you kill him, Dolph, you get 100,000 on.
at some point you will testify that about the shooting of young officer, but
Yes, ma'am.
prior to that, were you involved in any other shooting?
Well, one day, Mr. Govan had provided me with a gun, and he told us that paper route rule was at home one day. So as we approached the house, me, Bob, Jess, and another guy, I don't know that guy's name, Bob dropped me off, I get out walking on foot. Paper route rule was coming out the house, and he had his gun in his hand at the time. I was walking on the street, and me and him had a shootout or whatever. And the gun he provided me had jammed up. So, you know, I had to duck and Bob and weed, and Bob had got in the car and went back to his house and reported what had happened to him. And he was like, he was glad I ain't get killed that day right there. But Bob was like, he wasn't messing with this stuff because he was believing what Justin was talking about. He messed it up. When you have automatic on and all this. So Bob did that.
Was there an incident with paper route that you were aware of prior to the incident with you?
Nah, I don't remember like incident with paper route. Just this shootout that I had with him, that's all I know about it. He was saying that like he was going.
Who's he?
Mr. Govan was saying he was going.
Let me stop. All right. Did you call him Mr. Govan?
Nah, I called him quick. That was what I did.
That was your nickname.
Yeah, quick.
Would you feel more comfortable calling him quick?
Yeah, I called him quick.
Okay.
Quick was saying that he was going to he would pay by Route 1 or whatever, find out what it is about, you know, pay up on another, find out where, you know, who one of them did so we could reach out and touch him.
Was it just, he was going to see what a rule was, or was there other paper route?
Any one of them, like who, anybody in the paper route, he was going to make sure that, you know, he could play because mama liked him, so he was going to try to play the father figure, you know, find out what he is, make sure we reach out and touch him.
So from when you met him in midsummer, the shooting with paper route, how far from when you met him to when that shooting was?
She came to call, he won long after I met him though.
Couple of days, couple of weeks?
I said, cool, we probably about 1 and a half, so, you know, can't be specific about it, I ain't know how to do it.
were you all looking for specific paper route in firearms?
Yeah, we can do for whoever we can find. You know, at the time we what, like, on certain days or what, we doing whatever we can. You know what I'm saying?
In regards to the bounty, were there other conversations about that?
Well, after that incident with paper, whatever, and the gun jammed up, like, one probably the next day I pulled up over Quick House or whatever, you know, about some pills. And when I pulled up, it was a truck sitting in front of the house or whatever.
That was not
I can't remember.
an SUV truck or F-150 truck?
Like an SUV truck, but I pulled up and I got at him when he said, he was sitting up there with the truck. He was like, go see right here, go see right here. So the judge was like, oh look man, when they doing no talking around these phones, you know, taking these phones outside.
Who said that?
Judge, yeah, we got to talk. He said when we talking around the phone, take the phones outside.
Who was he telling to take the
He
phone?
tell the quick that,
Okay.
take the phones outside.
And then quit take y'all's phones outside?
Yeah, I gave him my phone, he set him outside on the trail or whatever. And came back in and was like, hey, let's see why this was going, you know what I'm saying, shot it, woo. And,
Hold on, you know, hold on.
well, you know, basically saying, this the one that shot it, woo. And, this one of the ones that I got to, you know what I'm saying, that I got on the business too. And just basically like, like, y'all gonna get y'all money, y'all only got business, you know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna get y'all money.
What was, Purdy's, described, what was Purdy's?
He was just letting him know that, you know, I was one of the ones that he got on the business, that he had to put work in or whatever.
Okay.
That he hired for the
You need to slow it down. He the one that hired on business to do what then?
to make one of these, get a hit, do the hit.
I'd like to pass you a photograph. And you recognize the person in the photograph.
Yeah, we can be true.
Your Honor, we could have that photograph in there, evidence as to make something you see.
No objection.
This is a picture of two gentlemen, with white shirts, t-shirts on that's been described by the witnesses quickly, big markings and big.
Before we publish it, so we just ask if you have a time frame with this level as far as all of the
So let me mark it. Mark it in the clear. Sure. Do you know which photo is?
Nah, I don't know.
That photo simply identifies the people you described as equipment. Permission. The individual you described as Joe, is he on the left or right of this photo?
From my eye, he's on the right, but he's right.
Right. And the individual on the left, who is it?
It's quick.
And Joe is the person, do you know his government name?
Nah, now since I've been on book, Anthony Means,
And wait, you know it's Hernandez Govan, is that correct? At some point, I'm sure you all exchange phones.
me and quick.
And you never had your two numbers?
No contact with Juke, I didn't even take the Juke.
So any conversation about boundaries went through Govan?
And no kind of one to do that.
What name was Quit's saved to your phone?
I hear you on the book.
Bro? Okay. And how many of your phones?
Yeah, 2 people.
And they were both on their phones. Alright, so at some point, there was more information given, I guess, about the boundaries, is that correct?
Yeah, about coming close to Thanksgiving or whatever.
Alright, well, let's back up, let's get back to the summertime, before it starts to get through. Go back. Was there another individual that was brought into this? Justin
Johnson.
Okay, and how did you meet Justin Johnson?
I mean, quick, good.
At what point did you meet him quick?
Like, around the time we did the hit on paper, like, when we went and shot him, like, that was like my first issue meet with him.
And you said you met him through, quick, Mr. Govan. How did you meet him? Describe it.
When they found out the was at the house or whatever, me and Bobby called, and he called Justin too. And we all met up at his house.
And who was he?
Quick house. We all met up at Quick house. And me and Bobby jumped in one field, and Justin and another guy jumped in another field.
But he was putting you all together.
Yeah, Quick put all of them together.
And you didn't know Justin before this day?
No, man.
Never seen him?
Never seen him. Never met him. Never met him back.
Alright, so some point we'll get to November, but what was your interaction with Justin over the course from when you met him?
After we did and the gun jammed over paper out, Justin done went back and told Quick that me and Bobby so-called mixed it up or whatever. So, we was like, y'all had y'all masks on. Justin told me we ain't had like masks on. I ain't had my mask on.
Govan knew that this was going on, and he
Right,
asked you
he the one gave me the gun. We go out there.
and asked you to have a mask.
Right, yes. And he was saying, like, Justin was telling me that we messed it up or whatever, and that's when Bobby, like, he ain't doing nothing with nobody, he ain't getting involved in it, whatever. Because we believe everything Justin them say, and, you know, at that time, we basically telling me, like, you with Johnson, you with Justin, and you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be blunt. Since Bobby acting like he acting, you know what I'm saying? Since Bobby acting like he acting, he told me to get with Justin and them, you know, since Bobby had pulled out of it.
Govan told you to get with Justin.
Yeah, he told me to get with Justin.
Okay. And what reason was he telling you to get with Justin?
So we could find one of the any artists to get this month, you know. And
So, what was Govan getting out of you all getting a banner on one of the paper route?
he was getting a cut out of it. You know, he's supposed to got $10,000 for me.
No matter who you get or if it was.
Nah, Dolph, he's supposed to get 50,000, I did 100,000. I did $50,000 again, he was getting 10,000.
So throughout the summer, going into the fall,
Have you ever strived to make one thing perfect? Have you ever?
Like, you know, Quick house, and that's what we always met up at, Quick house.
and then what was the purpose of being there?
Really, like, we'll be a Quick house to talk about a lot of things, basically, you know, about buying on somebody, find somebody. You know, sometimes we watch the game over there, you know, we'll be over there about a lot of things, basically.
But for Govan, you wouldn't have met Justin.
Nah, I don't know, man, just if you want quick.
Prior to Mr. Govan telling you about boundaries on these PRE individual rappers, artists, were you aware that they were boundaries?
No, man. No,
Were you aware of who the PRE artists were?
I knew about Young Dolph, but I didn't know about none of the other artists or nothing like that.
You had
I had to Google them. I had to actually Google them. Once he told me, I had to really Google them.
So there will be, throughout the summer, you all will need to talk about the boundaries.
Talk I like down on them. And first we like, man, I was thinking to myself, it's impossible to get young doctors, you know what I'm saying? Okay, you know, my doctor. But, you know, I think to myself, that was impossible. So, you know, I had to do the other guy, see you later.
Fast forward, let's get to November. It's the week before Thanksgiving. What was going on?
You telling us, you know, they got
Where you see?
Quick, Govan, quit, I mean. He was telling us that, you know, they had a turkey drive, each artist had a different day, but they were doing a turkey drive or whatever, and, you know, that's our opportunity, we can make some shake.
You said make some shake, one shake.
Try to catch me, you know, keep playing, do what he don't want to.
Were you aware about this turkey drive prior to going and telling you?
Nah, cause I don't know nothing about what the turkey drive do, so I was trying to know.
Did you listen to their music before? Or did
I listen to Young Dolph, but I ain't listening to the all. I ain't know what the all do. I listen to Dolph.
So, Govan was telling you about the turkey drive.
Right. Tell me the gist.
I'm sorry.
He tell me the gist.
Were y'all together when you was telling me?
Right. Yeah.
Did he mention the family? Did he mention the money?
Well, we had already knew the prices on majority of their heads, basically. On everybody that was doing the turkey drive, we had already knew the prices.
Including Dolph.
Including Dolph.
And let's go to November the 16th of 2021. What were you and Justin doing for that?
Well, he had called me up, 9 people here. We had went, because they had a turkey drive in 7 weeks, so. And me and him was out, we riding, trying to get one of the artists that day that was going to drive down. And as we was out there, I got out on foot. There was a lot of folks out there standing with guns with it, but Justin was in the car. And he called me and told me that he had got a call to get Dolph at the gas station up the street. That was it. So I ran back to the truck. And I jumped back in the truck. When we got to the gas station, Dolph was gone. So we rode around for a minute and he dropped me back off at the house. And I laid down at night and he was like, tomorrow we can go back out and see what's up.
So on the 16th, at any point did you think, okay, maybe we have a shot at getting Dolph?
Yeah, because we knew he was in town. We knew Dolph was in the city then, and we knew that tomorrow we were full-fledged now. We know we anything to shake right now. We're gonna get somebody. We're gonna strike. Tomorrow is our day. We're gonna strike somebody. We're gonna get lucky tomorrow.
And at any point did you all have this conversation with Mr. Govan?
Yeah, we were telling him like we really getting close. We getting figured over playing. We finna get somebody basically. And he was like, yeah, we got done. And we got beat.
And in return, you all were supposed to, you expected to be getting money.
Right.
Because that's what he promised.
Right.
So let's, well, and also, one of those, Justin, what did he do for you?
He was a rap.
At any point, did you all participate in the music video?
Yeah, I was called by Mr. Govan to be in the video because I don't know Justin. So I was in the video, but I didn't want to be in it, so I put a mask on.
And when was this video shot?
Sometime 21, I can't see the exact date, exact month. I can't see it.
But it was prior to, was that after the
It
video?
was after, yeah, it was after.
But prior to, you have a photograph of this place. Where is it? I shot to the next council.
You recognize the contents of that photograph.
You're mine.
And what is that photograph?
It's the photograph of us in front of the house when y'all found the car shooting the rap video.
And who's all in it?
Justin, I don't know the other two guys. Hernandez Govan, I'm standing right behind Hernandez Govan with a mask on.
You know, who can have that photograph there in seconds? That's gonna be something.
So this is a photograph with 5 individuals in the picture. Mr. Govan, camera on, really describe himself standing behind Govan with a mask on. Individual and David Captain, is this Justin Johnson?
You're mine.
Justin Johnson in the picture with the baseball cap on, holding the stack of money. Little Mark visited the video.
We just asked when that supposedly was the 10 years.
He's already seen.
So here's another one.
Hold on. That's Mark.
Actually, do you recall when this was taken? Or the video, excuse me, the photograph that you were just looking at, not this one, but the one you just handed to.
That was the video, I don't know what month it was. I don't know about the exact time it was, but I know it was sometime.
It was
It was after the paper route movie.
Right, who published the picture? Would you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
The video shooter was at the house across the street from Quick, across the street from the Hernandez Govan house.
Who was this in the picture?
I don't know him.
Who was this?
It's just John.
Who was this in the picture?
I don't know who that is.
Who was this?
There's a Hernandez Govan.
Who was this in the picture?
That's me, man.
Why did you have a mask on?
Cause I want part of the little crew, and I ain't gonna bring no little beef upon myself. He asked me to be quick, and then they go in and ask me to be in the video. They won't stand like right behind him. So I ain't got nothing to do with that.
So we're gonna, I don't know, give us some time, but this is sometime, we're gonna go back to November, at this point, November 17th. Right? What is going on there? What do you recall about it? November 17th,
It was actually my daughter's birthday. I woke up, I had a news call from Justin Johnson. So, I don't know if I called him back or he called me back, but somebody got on the phone, we was on the phone, and he was telling me that he was gonna pull up on me.
and what did you plan to meet or anything?
Yeah, we had been out there before, on the Turkey Drive. Well, now that's when they told us y'all was at the gas station, but we gone, so the next day we go on another Turkey Drive. So we were gonna get up that day and, we try to get to that Turkey Drive.
So this was Wednesday, did you say? Did you recall?
I got
It was November
17th,
17th.
my daughter's birthday.
So, how long from when you received the call from Justin to when he came to get you?
He was close by, so it was like a couple minutes, but he was close by, it wasn't long. He was close by.
And I don't know if I asked you before, but how far from Mr. Govan's house to your house. Is that one?
Nah, one for a couple minutes. One for.
So he wasn't parking, he came pretty quick.
Yeah, you come down fast.
Okay, and when he arrived, what type of vehicle was he?
He was in white Mercedes-Benz.
Have you ever seen him in that white
Nah, I
Mercedes?
ain't never seen big car.
What car would you normally see?
An SUV, like a white truck or something.
And did you ask him why he left this?
I ain't asked no question. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't asked no question. I just jumped on in there because I knew we was on a mission.
At this point, has your mission changed to Dolph knowing that he was in town?
Yeah, anybody. Anybody.
So, he picked you up.
Pick me up.
And where did he pick you up from?
He picked me up from my car stop. Once he picked me up, we went there to right in front of Govan. I mean, to Govan house.
And they on Bradley Street.
On Bradley Street.
And when you went back to Govan's house on Bradley Street, what did you do?
He jumped out the car and jumped and grabbed somebody in his suburban truck.
Can I ask you, it's getting very confusing over here, so.
I think it was technical one, she did go on pretty good job.
We got a lot of guys and keys and it's very confusing.
That's why I asked. So the he that jumped out the car, who was the he?
Justin Johnson jumped out the car and he jumped out the white Mercedes-Benz and grabbed somebody in his SUV that he had parked by across the street from where his house is, right?
And I didn't ask you, where is this house?
Across the street from the Hernandez Govan house, where we'll park it, hang out here. We'll park in front of his house and go to his house. Go to Hernandez Govan
Go
house.
to he, all right. You parked in front of Govan's house.
We park at their house and to go over to Mr. Hernandez Govan house.
Alright, so Justin got out of the car, opened the door or something to the SUV, got something out.
Right.
Did he get back in?
Yes, ma'am. You got back in and we took off.
Okay, do you know when he got out of the car?
No, man, I was kind of wrong.
Alright. You previously mentioned that you all were kind of on hunts.
Right,
When you go hunting, you have guns.
right.
Did you have a gun?
Justin Johnson already had the guns in the car prior to me getting in. They was already in the car.
Did you all have masks?
Yes, man, I had my own mask, my own glove, and Justin Johnson had his own mask.
At some point, did you put these masks and gloves on?
Yes, ma'am. Once he grabbed once Justin grabbed something out of the white SUV, we proceeded on heading towards Westwood area. And as we got to the Modern Airways at the light, them Dolph come driving by. They come driving across the light. And we spotted the car. We were like, there they go. We proceeded the trail.
Trail.
Young Dolph.
And what did you do? Oh, let me ask you, did you make any phone calls?
I didn't make any phone calls at the time.
Did Justin make any phone calls when you all started that?
No, ma'am. I don't recall.
$5, what did you all do?
We proceeded to follow them. We followed them, they pulled inside the cookie store. We made the block, and when we made the loop, I jumped out. I spotted Dolph inside the store at first. I jumped out, just proceeded to shoot inside.
I'd like to show you what this video mark is. It was previously marked as exhibit number 3.
by the time we had already, we did the light, yeah. And so we down to the light, 8 o'clock.
Just from this was here, like,
It's mine.
I couldn't see when he got out, when, Dolph got out of the car.
No, ma'am.
He had to come to his friend, what are you looking at this?
That's why I'm saying the game we was in.
When he passed it over the truck.
I was passionate.
Now at Hardee's, 2 hand-breaded chicken tender wraps, only $5.
That's me. That's me.
And it's just a gun that Justin had already from that.
It's mine.
You see another individual that came to the front, who's that?
Yeah, it came to the front.
That came, that was on video, we saw you get out. Who else? Yeah.
Oh, it was just Jim.
What were you all planning to do?
But once we saw them out, we came to down and kill him. Take him home.
How far from where you saw Dolph on, was it Airway? How far from when you saw, how long did it take from once you saw Dolph on Airways to once you actually got out of the car?
Well, me, it wasn't even good. 10 minutes. 5. We walked out 5, maybe most. Red lights.
We'll go back to the videos once technical. So in the 5 minutes or so from when you all started the hospital,
to when you all started shooting. What did you and Justin say to each other?
You say, once we saw him, and you say, we will go to him. We will go to him. We had to all get it over with him.
Did you have a phone on there?
Yes, man, I don't need to put my phone in the good phone.
Why did you do it?
So I want to drop it when I come back to the car.
So did you put it in the glove compartment when you first got in the car or after you saw them?
When I first got in the car.
Let me ask you the location that you were on where that you shot it off. What's that location here in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what again? This individual.
It's me.
That you all pulling off in the light. To see someone in the frame in the shot coming out and shooting as well.
Yes, man. It was shot big others. I actually got hit twice.
Where did you hit?
Got hit in my arm and my leg.
The adjustments is not getting
He got straight from the back.
after you leave there. Pull up, we have another video like show you Richard and Mark as part of the exhibit 3. The videos are working. Is this the cookie shop that you referred to?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see who was inside of the cookie store from once you got out of the car?
Oh, once we pulled in, that's when I started to drop like close to the glass. My bag up. That's when I saw where you did like location and stuff, where the location and stuff. Yes, ma'am.
Was it you?
Yes, ma'am, that would be the range of shooting disaster.
After, the shooting happened, you shot, you showed the jury where you shot it.
Yeah, he, straight.
You're not gonna actually show it. What did you all do once you?
Once we left the cookie shop, I would tell Justin, man, he like, I'm here too. He was driving, Justin was driving at the time, so I would ask him if he okay, so we gonna crash and run into them. We went back, to the house in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan house, and I jumped out the Mercedes Benz and jumped into a Suburban truck, moved on out the way. Mr. Justin called.
Let me stop you. When you all were planning to get hits on any of the PRA like this, and then even once you saw Dolph, if you have a plan as to what you were gonna do after.
Not necessarily, we were just going back because we didn't know we were gonna get shot. Ain't nobody know we were gonna get shot.
You didn't plan on getting shot.
No way, that wasn't part of the plan.
Had you not got shot, was there a plan in place?
We probably would just took the car back, jumped in another car, went and burnt the car or something like that. But we both got shot or whatever, and I was leaving tremendously bad. We took the car back in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan, across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house. We jumped in the truck. We were trying to get cleaned up, so we were trying to find somewhere for us to go.
Who's he?
Jesse.
Just was
Trying to find somewhere for us to go. And in the meantime, he had FaceTime with Drew and know that, that was like our work.
y'all was on your money,
Yes, ma'am.
and, when they actually promised to give you your money that day.
He told us he'd be with us when he got done with the kids or whatever. Like when he got up, one of them.
But you didn't have this money.
No, man.
He couldn't get with you directly.
No, man. He couldn't get with me directly.
So how was it related to?
I would have to go to Mr. Hernandez Govan or Justin Jones.
So, no plans to what y'all were gonna do after, whoever y'all did, after you hit Dolph.
Yes, ma'am.
Hit Dolph. You go back where, you go to the.
We go across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house, we swap vehicles. And now that's when he went to Fed, that's when Justin was trying to find somewhere for us to go. Well, he had FaceTime Juke first, and let him know that he was spelling that dog. And then,
So he was spelling out Dolph.
jailhouse, jailhouse street.
And American Sign Language, she was spelling out?
Nah,
Okay, so, okay, so,
he was telling me that that work basically pretty much. And it's like he give it up when he get up. And then he was trying to find somewhere for us to go so we could clean up or whatever because I was bleeding extremely bad. I was really bleeding. And yeah, we found somewhere for us to go. And that was in Two Line Park. We went there to clean up or whatnot. And we went there, we had called Mr. Hernandez Govan because I had left my phone in the car too. And he was like, man, y'all saw the video, dude came and got shoot. But the glass was shattered. So when we got out, when I got out the car in front of the house, the glass got shattered on the floor. He was like, man, I got shit at. Well, basically, you know what I'm saying? I got all these.
Govan was saying it
To us, yeah, we had the glass and shit in the street.
so he knew it was y'all.
Yeah, he knew it was us. He knew it was us. So I was like, man, give my phone at the car. I was like, give my phone. I left my phone in the car too. Give my phone at the car. He like, all right, meet me where I get my car wash shit. So So I like, get, say no more. So we had cleaned up. And I had, once we cleaned up, I had called my girl.
Hold on. You called the girl. The apartments. You said they were 200. Are they known by any other name?
Yo, I know about 2 lanes.
It's 2 lane. 2 lane.
Yeah, 2 lanes.
Where were they at?
And what, hey, I'm Shiva Drive and 2 lanes.
You previously, looked at video, fingers crossed, the video doesn't work this time. You previously looked at, videos regarding, it would be the Gospel Garden Apartment, in 53.
I guess I didn't do it now. I just know the name. I remember about 2 lanes.
Okay, well, it's video you arrived,
Yes, ma'am.
and video you did. I guess, what do you call it?
Used to tip the tree shot. Those videos was leaving the park.
And how do you know this?
Because I had initiative at my house.
You're on, we can have it in this evidence as the next one. This is Brown Onward, which contains zip drive, and Onward is marked video clips from Alien Court. Variety, and little more things as explicit. And I'm going to ask for permission to publish the printed cost. Is this where you all went to?
Yes, ma'am.
I said you all, I believe in just.
Me and Jesus.
What do we see in here?
It's me and Justin getting out the truck. It was me on the driver's side, my shirt up because I've been shot.
Once you're inside, what do you all do?
Our future won't be handed to us. We will build it. But how can we?
Or whatever. One kid, one things, clean up, both clean up or whatnot. Like I said, I had to call my girl to come get me.
Who's your girl?
I had called my girl to come get me. And we also contacted just the end of the go. And I'll take and get my phone and my car.
That's when he was telling me.
I was looking.
I did call, yeah.
The white.
The white Mercedes. That's when he was telling me you when he get caught.
And where did you get home with the car?
Pressure wood.
And how did you know that's where you get the car?
Because I had been up there with him before he get caught.
And at some point, you leave there from,
Yes, ma'am.
how did you leave?
My girl kind of picked me up.
And the girl, what's the
Miss
girl middle name?
Miss Angela kind of picked me up.
You pretty sure it's y'all with the
Yes, ma'am. Other than me and Justin walking out, he get in the white SUV, and I'm walking to Miss Angela's truck.
You probably hear. What did you call her?
Everybody,
Yeah, you back truck. Yeah, y'all left at this point.
no one,
Go ahead, Neil.
I was actually waiting on Justin for that sign time.
Said,
Justin walked up to the truck for me and Angela was in. I was waiting on him. I told her not to pull off until he could go.
why did you want to pull off?
But I know we just get a hit, so we really like, we got on at the time. And we both were shot. Like he was straight, but I was shot. So we just I'm straight.
Justin, I know you used his phone for, you were calling with, over the course of the summer, you all get to know each other. Did you have Justin's number?
Well, along the way, that's when Hernandez Govan was like, y'all just swap out numbers, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he gave me, Hernandez Govan gave me just the number.
And when you have the number to go in there, say it.
For Justin,
That's Justin.
look, bro.
So, what, look.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Justin have more than one?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Did Justin come back here?
Yes, ma'am.
You live with Justin Bieber, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, the wife is on this is me and him, he Robert.
And it's Angela Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Taylor, I think this is a good place for us to start. Ladies and gentlemen, and I always say, don't speak to each other about the people's purpose law. You got your way to go. And enjoy your lunch. You have a break. We are going to start back up at 2:15. Ms. Rachel.
Board stands on recess at 2:15.
away from the common and make your lawn and landscape unique with Uncommon Ground. Uncommon Ground meets all your needs for outdoor living, landscaping, fertilization, and irrigation systems. Let us design your unique backyard getaway. Patios, kitchens, retaining walls, decks, fire pits, and all accented by a beautiful array of plants and trees. Residential, commercial. Start planning your project now with Uncommon Ground. Call us for a free consultation and visit our website at uncommongroundqc.com.
Great rates got us the car. Great service keeps us coming back. Stress-free auto loans start at Dutrack Community Credit Union. With pre-approval options, you'll be in the driver's seat in no time. Ask about refinancing your loan with another lender to Dutrack's Member Advantage program with competitive rates. More memories, less hassle. That's real life banking. Visit Dutrack.org for rates and full disclosures or to apply online, federally insured by the NCUA.
Johnny, you won't believe what I just found. Have you heard about Royal Kingdom?
Royal Kingdom? No clue.
Brand new puzzle game.
Not interested.
The game doesn't even need Wi-Fi. You can play from anywhere. Space, a remote island.
No Wi-Fi? That's a huge plus. What about those annoying ads?
0 ads.
0 ads. Are you sure?
Yeah, and it's free to play.
Free, no ads, and no Wi-Fi.
See? I know what I'm talking about.
Terry, I'm ranked number 3 in the world in Royal Kingdom. Just love the sound of your voice.
I hate you so much.
The CFA Charter is the single best thing I've done for my professional reputation. I've picked up so much knowledge that I feel confident, and you can't pay for that, you have to earn that.
Coming from healthcare, the CFA certification gave me credibility, and the CFA program has really helped me to make the connection between healthcare and finance.
The CFA program is a path I can take to set myself aside from the rest of the graduates, and it sends a good signal to employers.
Introducing Hardee's home-style breakfast burritos with cheese, fluffy egg, crispy hash browns, breakfast sausage, bacon, and sliced ham in a warm tortilla. Home-style morning goodness, ready to go.
We can stop HIV, Iowa. HIV treatment has come a long way. People need to know HIV isn't a death sentence anymore. It's a chronic disease. If I take my meds, I can live healthy for the rest of my life.
Find out more at stophiviowa.org.
Every river has a story. Ours is poured into every glass. At Wide River Winery, we believe great wine starts with great roots. Grown right here on land we know and love. With tasting locations in Clinton, LeClaire, and the charming village of East Davenport, the perfect sip is never far away. Whether you're here for a getaway, a gathering, a workshop event, live music, or just a glass, there's always a place for you at our table. Wide River Winery. Good times, great wines.
No better than. They're still under us.
Ready on?
Yeah.
Jury's not there.
When we ended up, you just were visiting, paving programs to Tulane Park. At some point as you were leaving, would you contact Mr. Dolph?
Yes, ma'am, before we left the apartment, I actually contacted him, give him my phone at the car. That's when he told me to meet him where he did the car wash.
You also mentioned that, please turn cell phones off.
Okay.
You also mentioned, I'm sorry, that, you mentioned something about cleaning.
About the glass, the one that got shattered, they shattered in the street by the house, by his house.
You all had contacted him to let him know that he was dead, right? Did you make it on off?
Now, we told him, when we talked to him at the apartment, you know what I'm saying, he knew we had just had to get him out.
He knew that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say to that?
He was saying about the glass, like, you got to get rid of the glass, get rid of the car, basically, get rid of the car. You got to bring the car up.
That's what he told you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you moved out of the apartment complex.
Yes, ma'am.
You get in the car with Angela, was on the video.
Yes, ma'am.
And from Tulane apartments or Gospel 84, whatever the name of the apartments right now, you all hid where?
Well, I stopped down USC Grid, and I had headed to pressure with Mr. Govan.
You made it to the pressure where you're still in power engine, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You made it to pressure room. And where's pressure room?
I don't know.
So you were at pressure room, how far is that from Mr. Govan?
Couple of minutes, behind the corner in the phone.
You get there, Is he already there?
Yeah, he was already up there. I jumped at the car, and me and him was having one-on-one discussion. He was saying that he had heard that Dolph had shot one of us. Cause I told him I was shot. He like, I heard Dolph shot one of y'all blood on the scene. He like, did y'all have y'all face masks on? Like, he wear our face masks on and stuff like that. And I got my phone from him, but I had to go take my dad to work with him. Me and him like, straight off after that. Pick my dad up, he called me back in, like, man.
I know, yeah, why you need to do that? We gonna have to slow it down. Yellow light is just slow it down. Alright, so who was he that called?
Govan.
Okay, he called you back. He called you back personal or he called you back on the phone?
Nah, he called me back on the phone and tell me to slow up before I leave from my dad's house, but he wanted to meet me over there or whatever. He was gonna pull back up and ask me a question.
At any point did he mention paying you your money?
Not right then, he was just saying that, you know, he's gonna give me my money.
When was he saying?
He answered it like that pressure word, he like, all right, we're gonna get that money, you know what I'm saying?
And I'm not sure if you mentioned this before, was Mr. Govan get cut?
Yes, ma'am, I supposed to give him 10,000 that month.
Was Justice?
And he told me just was supposed to give him 10,000 as well, so I agree with the 10,000. But he put me on the lead, but I asked you to do this, so for me to put it up, I agree.
So he called you back after the pressure was told you to slow up and on the minister. Is it your dad's house?
Yeah.
Did he ever come to your dad?
Yeah, he pulled up, he jumped out. And the conversation, I really forgot what we were talking about right then, but it was concerned with what just happened or whatever. But I like, man, you never put it all right, please, like, give me some more kids. But he said he had them, and I was shot, so I needed to know what, you know what I'm saying, he gave me a few dollars, and he left.
He gave you what?
He gave me about $30, $40, then he left.
And that was the same day that happened?
Yes, man, it was like an hour or so later.
Were you still with Angela then?
No, she had left and took my dad to work for me. I stayed back so I could talk to him.
Did you see Mr. Govan anymore after that?
Yes, ma'am. Later on that day, later on that night, I pulled back up at his house. He was on the phone with Justin at the time.
Justin?
Yes, ma'am, Justin Johnson. And Justin was talking about cash out for him some money, so that I could get a wound kit, another wound kit, because I was bleeding bad. I wasn't not. Pulled up over there, he gave me a few pills or whatever.
He gave you some
Yeah, he got me some extra pills. I spelled on him, man. He got me some extra pills.
That was gonna help you?
Nah, that was because I had to get up the next morning, early this morning, and go get a car cover. He gave me some money to buy a car cover as well. You know, the cover they called that was sitting across the street. You know, he like, first he kept saying we're gonna bring the cover. But, you know, he said, gave me the money to go get the car cover or whatever.
When did you give him the money?
That, like that night, gave me the money.
A night of?
That night,
It's a lot of nights.
the same night the same morning, the car got destroyed. The night before that, he gave me the money, because I went to AutoZone in the morning, got the car covered. And I went wait till it got dark, put it on the car, but they destroyed the car.
So, he gave you the money the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about, what else happened the night before?
The night before the car was destroyed?
Yes.
I had went and wiped it down or whatever. I went and wiped it down. I had called and told me that I was going in the backyard to wipe the car down. Or he went, you know, shoot it, you know, like that, you know, where he was in the backyard.
Even though he lived across the street?
Yeah, even though you know what I'm saying? Well, I'm saying like this, you know, in the streets, you know, you watch us around basically, so, you know, you see some funny stuff, you get, you know, kind of street like that. It'll get kind of scary, and you get shoot things from that after, then what it just happened, you know, you don't doubt you get killed, so we had to be aware of it.
So, did he give you the money when you went to wipe the car down?
Nah, he didn't give me the day, well, I probably got the dates mixed up with him, but the day that they car got discovered, the night before he gave me the money to get a car.
When was it, if you can remember, when you said you went to wipe the car down?
It was a couple days, like around the same time I got the car covered, if not the same day, you know. I wiped the car down trying to get the prints, make sure there were no prints on it.
Alright, when you were wiping the car down, what were you wiping the car down with?
Something like, the clean supply stuff, I can't tell you exactly what I put on.
Now, was this Rag soap?
Nah.
Dipped it in some products, or you
Nah, I
just
just
sprayed it?
sprayed some stuff on. I just sprayed some stuff
You remember what it was?
on. Nah, I really don't.
And was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
Okay, it was nighttime.
I don't remember.
It was nighttime. Could you fully see the car again?
It was in the back, like, somebody had pushed it all in the back up, like, all in the back, so.
When you all dropped it off, was it in the same place it was?
Nah, it was like in front of the driveway.
When you all dropped it off, was it from the
It was when it was parked and closed, where you can see it can be spotted easy.
So when you went back, it was,
Pushed on to the back.
do you recall if y'all had keys to the vehicle, or just the vehicle?
Just had the key to him. Mr. Govan kept asking like what the key was, so we could move it and burn it up somewhere else.
So it was nighttime, the car was pushed towards the back, and you were wiping back. You were shot in your right shoulder?
Right shoulder, yeah.
Is that your dominant hand?
Yes, ma'am.
So did there was any problems wiping down?
Nah, it really, I did the best I could, you know, being shot and all, I did the best I could wiping it down.
And you didn't know the principal, you were against your family, who got you?
I did the jobs.
Okay. Alright, did you let Mr. Govan know that you were about to cry out?
Yeah, I called him when I was walking the big car, to let him know that, you know, I was gonna go there and walk the car down.
And what did he say?
He said, all right, good.
So another night or another day or so, you were asked to get a car code. When did he provide you the money for the car code?
Like, the night before, I went and got it the next morning. Like, in 20 minutes, not now.
And how did he provide you?
Cash money,
Cash.
his money.
He provided you with cash. Have you ever bought a car code before?
No.
Did you know where to go get one?
Yeah, I knew where to go get a car code.
Okay, and did you look it up and figure out which store?
No, it was an AutoZone close by, so, you know, AutoZone said.
Okay. So is that where you went?
It's mine.
What's the AutoZone? Yeah, what color car code was it?
And they part I can't tell you because it never made it out the box.
It never made it out the box. Why didn't it make it out the box?
Because they had discovered the car, and I like something, discovered the car, take the jump bag, keep it on the bag, got me smoke keys.
Did you, when the day that they discovered the car, did you speak with Mr. Govan again? You don't call for Mr. Govan? Did you speak with Mr. Johnson, Justin Johnson?
No, I ain't speaking now on that they discovered the car, I'm talking about that.
And how did you know that they discovered the car?
Facebook, the news and stuff like that.
So,
Well, in the morning, like, before I went to get the car club, I struggled to get the program, but like after they discovered the car club, I was like, I was just,
Good morning. So what did you talk about the morning before they discovered the car?
the car club and stuff.
You talked
Trying to get their car covered up and get rid of it, basically.
Why did you need to speak with Mr. Logan about?
He was the one saying that we need to get rid of their car. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was right there, and he was like, you know, he didn't want them talking to anybody, anything, if they discover the car, but he gonna tell them to give them really massive, or he give it to the gamble.
So the day the car was discovered, you did not speak with him any more afterwards?
After the car was discovered.
Did you speak with him any more after that?
Yes, ma'am. December the 8th, 2021. I was going to give me some pills, going one way, and he was coming up another way. And he looked through the mirror, with his windshield, and through the horn. And I pulled over, he pulled over, and got out the car. He was like, thank God. He was telling me that he been getting shot at and stuff. And he asked me have I spoken to Mr. Justin Johnson, because they had ran in Justin Johnson's house the night before, whatever. He showed me some things on his phone. And he was asking me, did I have a number he get in touch with me on? He told me I need to get rid of my phone. I need to get rid of that phone, is how he was saying. And he was like, he was gonna go to prepaid that night and get my money. And he was gonna call. He asked me for a number. He was gonna call. Now the U.S. Marshal was on me next day. I was in jail.
You didn't have a chance?
No.
So you say the next day, so that would be December 9th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. December 9th.
What else sticks out about it?
December 9th. It was my daughter's birthday.
This is your daughter's birthday that was on
Yes,
the day?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It was my daughter's birthday. I had took her some cake and ice cream in school, and U.S. Marshal was tracking me over home.
And you were eventually arrested?
Yes, ma'am. I was arrested.
Did you have your phone on you? That Mr. Logan told you to do?
Yes, ma'am. I had this phone on.
Okay. Did you have more than one phone?
Yes, ma'am. I had another phone as well.
Well, did you have another phone? Did you get rid of the phone?
No, I never got rid of the phone.
You never took it?
I gave it to my church mother, like, after I saw the U.S. Marshal trailing me.
Okay.
I gave it to my church mother and left.
And to your knowledge, police got your phone?
Yes, ma'am. They got a warrant.
That phone. How did they know she had phone? What do you know?
Well, I guess.
I'm not gonna ask you this.
I don't know. I didn't get a opinion with it. I don't know.
But they did get the phone out of her.
I did get the phone.
And you didn't speak to Mr. Logan on that. Now, you were promised.
No, ma'am. I didn't speak to one of them.
So, as part of this, you were promised that you would receive $50,000,
Yes, ma'am.
did you ever receive that money in your hand?
No, ma'am.
Once you were arrested, was the money ever given to you?
Directly to me, but it was provided for lawyer fees.
And do you know about when they were?
No, ma'am, I can't recall. But it was out there, I was locked up into a room.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Govan locked up?
No, ma'am, he wasn't locked up.
And you were arrested December 9th.
Yes, ma'am.
You were charged here for this. You had that.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you promised anything for your testimony?
No, ma'am.
Do you hope to receive something from the testimony?
Praying for it, but I don't promise. no bond, I want nothing.
And when you spoke to the prosecutors,
It's wrong.
you spoke to me a few times.
I'm too big down.
Everything you have here is okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Cornelius, my name is Manny Aurora. I'm the lawyer for Mr. Govan.
Yes, sir.
Have we ever spoken before?
Nah,
Earlier today, about 10 o'clock, the jurors were excused for about an hour. Did you have to talk to your lawyer before you testified today?
nah, I actually speak to my lawyer.
Okay, did you talk to your lawyer?
Nah, my lawyer at the time.
All right, did you talk to one of his associates?
Yes.
And is she the one sitting in court right there still?
Yes, sir.
All right, and during the course of that hour, did you talk to both the DAs one more time before you took the stand?
This one?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So in that hour break between 10 and 11, you talked to your lawyer about whatever, it's privilege, and then you talked to the DAs about your testimony.
About my testimony, they just asked me what I read.
Okay. So let me get this straight. You're telling the truth here today, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so why do we need to talk to your lawyer before you testify to tell the truth?
Because when I came to court on the first, I didn't see my attorney, so I've been trying to talk to my attorney. Since I've been coming to court, I haven't saw my attorney one time, so I've been trying to talk to my attorney.
But your attorney's already negotiated a offer settlement for you with the rest of them, right?
No, he didn't.
He didn't do that.
No, he didn't tell me that I got nothing on the line, so I'm trying to answer what's going on.
All right, so if your lawyer didn't tell you anything, you're totally on your own, cooperating with the government, hoping you can negotiate some kind of deal with the government?
No, I'm just keeping it real because they already know everybody else already made statements and told their part, so I'm telling the truth too.
Okay. My point to you is before testifying here today, you asked to talk to your lawyer about whatever you talked about. Then the government lawyers went in and talked to you, and then you testified.
I actually talked to my lawyer because I had saw my lawyer since I've been coming to court, sir.
Right, so I'm trying to ask you, what is there to talk about? You knew why you were coming
I'm
here.
trying to see what's going on, sir.
Right, going on as to why I brought to Shelby County. You didn't know you were going to testify in trial today?
Yes, I did, but I'm trying to see what's up on my end. Everybody, me and him talking like on our time.
And the other ladies came and saw you at the jail a couple of times, as you said, 2 or 3 times.
2 times.
In the last week, right?
Nah, they talked to me like last week, and like week or 2 before it, and just picked up 3 times.
And prior to that, you talked to an 88 named Haggard about 5 times. You remember a tall white guy that's one?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, we talked to him about 5 or 6 times?
I don't know, I can't tell you exactly how many times we talked to him.
Okay. And to the police, you made at least 4 statements, if not more?
No, I ain't made no 4 statements to the police.
All right, did you talk to him in December after you got arrested?
Yeah.
Did you talk to him again at least in March of 2022 after you got arrested? Okay, that's the prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
And the other cops too?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get arrested on December 9th. You're indicted on January 2022, just about a month later, right? Then you have your lawyer, and you go talk to Paul along with the other cops in March. Is that right? Okay, and then you talk to him again after that, right?
Yeah.
You remember talking to federal prosecutors in August of 2022 and making a statement?
I don't know who I was talking to. I don't remember like what time it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked to him.
All right. And you remember when previously given statements, you acknowledge you lied to the police throughout this process, right? You denied everything.
I ain't say throughout the process.
Okay.
When I first spoke to them, when I first got locked up December 9th, I was intoxicated. So, I really didn't want to talk.
Okay. So, you are now telling me that on December 9th, the police illegally questioned you while you were drunk. They didn't wait for you to sober up.
I didn't say they illegally pushed me. I said I was intoxicated. And I said I would talk to you. So, but I talked to them, I was intoxicated.
Okay. Your arrest is made by the U.S. Marshals. And so you would have been intoxicated at the time the Marshals arrested you?
Yeah.
And this is in the daytime, right? During the day?
Yeah.
All right. And so you're really close to your daughter's birthday on the day they arrested you, but you're drunk. Is that right?
Let me check this out. This had me. I saw them trailing me. You and Marshall trailing me. They used to follow me the whole morning from the time I got up. After I saw them, the next day every time. I saw them trailing me. I went and got cake and ice cream from my daughter. I dropped Angela off at work. I dropped her cake and ice cream off at school. And I went to my children's mother's house and dropped the phone.
Okay. When did you get intoxicated?
Early in the morning.
Okay. So
I already had these pills that night. I already had pills and stuff.
Okay. Let's go back. The night before you got arrested, let's just presume you got arrested on December 9th, 2021. You started taking pills that night.
Yeah, I went to sleep, but I had these pills.
Who did you get the pills from?
Someone else.
Okay. Got a name? You don't remember, do you?
Nah, I don't want to put that name out there.
Well, we're telling the truth now, remember?
Yeah, but
it's all
they
open.
not on trial though. They not Indians. They ain't got no party. They just sold the pills. So I don't know. I ain't gonna put that name.
So you got some pills the night before, and you stayed intoxicated through the whole night, or did you drink some?
No, you don't drink. You don't drink alcohol with oxycodone. I ain't saying that drinking. I said I pop pills. That's not true.
Okay. When people say intoxicated, maybe I misunderstand.
I was under the influence. Don't say it.
All right. Did you take pills in the morning to stay under the influence?
Yeah, I woke up and I was smoking. I was shot already too. You know how to shot too.
I understand. So you took the pills, but even though you're intoxicated with the pills, you know enough to go to the grocery store, to get cake, get balloons. Then in your intoxicated state, you go to your daughter's school. Apparently the teachers at the school don't mind you being intoxicated, so you drop off all the stuff to the party. Then you leave some more. You're not intoxicated enough to realize that the marshal's been following you all morning, so you're sharp enough to figure that out. And then prior to stopping you, you're smart enough to ditch the phone with your child's mother. That's what you're telling me in your intoxicated
See,
state.
I've been taking so long to where pills don't do me like they probably do, and I could be at work. And then after I saw the U.S. Marshals on me, I did go to a Family Dollar, get some Tylenol, PM, and took some of them too.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to the story for the day. You get up, you pop some pills, you go to the grocery store, you go to the school, then you see the marshals. Instead of being worried about the marshals following you, they just leave you alone. You go to the Family Dollar to go to buy headache pills.
Get away from the common and make your lawn and landscape unique with Uncommon Ground. Uncommon Ground meets all your needs for outdoor.
They saw you. And you're clearly wanted it. They stopped you near your child's mother's house, right?
No, they stopped me in Mississippi. I put them on I just put them on the trailer. I ain't put no lights on me until I got in Mississippi.
Okay, so was it high-speed chase or you just
I
stopped
got
going?
on high-speed chase. But soon they put South Haven police behind me. And South Haven police put their lights on me. I pulled up. And the marshal was right there.
All right, so we're talking about intoxicated. So you're smart enough to say, I'm going to get out of Memphis, have them chase me across state lines to Mississippi, and you remember specifically South Haven police.
They didn't chase me. I just drove and they were following me. They were trailing me the whole time.
Okay.
I just went on to South Haven, Mississippi. And they followed me and put himself, hey, police, I'm all cop.
All right, so in your intoxicated state, you went in this Sunday drive, essentially, where you saw the marshals tailing you. Then you were smart enough to recognize South Haven police were also involved.
Look, that's how I am. I'm from the street, so, you know, when you drive, you pay attention to all your mirrors. You know what I'm saying? So I pay attention to you call. You know what I'm saying? And I knew that if they was real, they would have pulled up on me and just shot the car. You know what I'm saying? So I went ahead and went on this city. When I was in my baby mama's apartment, matter of fact, they pulled up 5-seat car, deep number 10 of them. So I knew they were police.
What kind of cars were following you?
Jeeps, out there. You know how the motion drive? You know.
Commercial city have those big SUVs and Suburbans, but you're saying like a Jeep Wrangler?
They had Jeeps, they had all kind of cars.
Okay.
They was in unmarked cars, 10 of them.
Right. So we're trying to go this slowly. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me to repeat myself, okay?
Yes, sir.
I have no quarrel with you. I respect what you're trying to do. I just want to ask some questions,
I
okay?
got no problem. I feel what you're trying to return.
When we first started this morning, you had mentioned you'd been shot twice and you were losing a lot of blood. Is that a guess?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was gushing everywhere out of your arm. You had to get medical care.
No, I got a wound. I never went to the hospital.
Understood. But you used the word a lot of blood everywhere. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So as you're bleeding with blood everywhere, you got into the Mercedes to make your getaway.
I didn't even recognize that I was shot every time. When I got in the car, I didn't recognize I was shot.
But you saw you were bleeding.
No. Once we pulled off, and he shot the window, it was like I know that I had a hole in my, I wasn't bleeding anymore.
Okay. When the car left, as it's leaving, the fetus cookies, you get shot in the
I don't know when they got shot. I said, what point they was shot at, I don't know. But once we pulled out, we were driving right, that's when Jesse said he was straight, and I looked, I'm here too. I kept asking him, was he over there?
So obviously at some point when you're shooting your AK-47 into the keys, and backing up, the other guy comes out and at some point he grabs an AK-47 and shoots at you. You have to be hit somewhere along that point, right?
Yeah, it was so bad. I don't remember that. I can't tell you when I didn't feel it.
Okay. Can we agree that after you got shot twice in this part of your leg, which is a very moving part,
I was straight, brother.
straight, that shot was on it.
And the bullet went in the right, and it put my back.
Okay. Because when you were walking, you didn't look like you were limping in the apartment, so that's what I'm asking you. Did you get shot?
Yeah, that's straight back, straight back.
It's just a straight. The one that lodged in your body, that blood is just gushing, right? You got an open wound.
Gushing, but you know, because I've been shot before, so I know not the pain. As long as I don't bleed out of my mouth, I ain't no pain. That's why I know how to control it now.
Mr. Cornelius, I'm not trying to ask you difficult questions. What are you believing heavily from the gunshot wound in your arm?
Yeah, you don't bleed, man. You don't bleed.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
And as you're bleeding, you're sitting in the car, going to grab your seat where you dropped off the car. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there would be blood in the car. You're bleeding heavily.
Nah, I'm sitting up. Actually, man. And I got on a pull-over sweater, you know, and I'm not panicking, so good. I'm not panicking. Because I'm making sure Mr. Johnson don't take 12, but he said he was hit. But it couldn't find him straight.
But if you're bleeding heavily, but there's no blood, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I was on the actually put an example this about 5-6 times.
I just want a simple answer to a simple question.
The answer is to the best of his ability.
Was there blood in the car once you got out?
I want to look in the check. I want to try and see whether there's no blood. I'm moving fast, trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right, we'll go with that. And you mentioned that Justin had the car keys, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so when you guys dropped off the car, Justin got into his SUV when he left across the street from Mr. Govan.
I got jumped in the issue on the real, so I was driving. park.
I'm not talking about the apartments. Remember when you dropped off the car with this Focus? When you guys dropped off the white stolen Mercedes, I said across the street from Mr. Govan, I said, you and Justin got out of the car.
I got out the car to move the truck. You had to move the truck out the yard first to pull it out. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you did that.
Yeah.
Whose truck was it?
It was Justin on there.
Who drove the truck away over to your apartment?
I did.
So that white SUV that we saw you were driving?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. You don't know whose truck that is?
No. It was Justin that did.
All right. And you drove the Mercedes into the driveway.
No, I did not. I can't drive too good. I jumped out and said, move the white truck. He just involved in the say he was driving, he was on the video.
All right, so even though you couldn't drive too good, you drove the SUV to your
I said I
apartment.
couldn't drive too good.
You just did say
I
that.
said I can't drive two vehicles, two cars at one time.
All right, so did Justin have the keys to the Mercedes?
Yes.
Okay, so he does whatever with Mercedes, takes the keys, you guys get in the SUV, you drive it away to your apartments, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to get into the auto zone. I know you don't remember, but the car was found on the morning of December 20th, 2021, which is about 3 days after the shooting, okay?
December 20th.
I'm sorry, November the 20th, 2021. We'll work with it, right? You're now saying that the night before, which would be around midnight, I think you said, the 19th, Mr. Govan gave you some money for car cover?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you said around midnight or so, you did that, right?
Yeah, in between time.
Okay,
Many hours.
all right. You mentioned at one point that he paid you with Cash App, and then at one point you mentioned you paid
Three months ago, cash.
so these jurors didn't hear the word Cash App money, not at
I
all.
said you paid me with cash.
Okay.
You paid me cash to go with the car.
But he never paid you any dollars in Cash App. Okay. So he gave you cash, did you go get the car cover?
I went and got it, but I didn't go inside the store myself.
Okay. So now let's go back. So you're telling me when this happened, on the night of the 19th, you were with your girlfriend? Andrew? You didn't mention that when they were asking me questions. Let me get this straight.
What you saying?
On the 19th, the night before the car was discovered, you cleaned that car, right?
Yeah.
Angela was with you when you were cleaning the car?
She went with me, she dropped me off.
All right, where did she go?
I told her buzz a block, right around. So I called and told her to come back.
All right.
She went with me.
So you said you called Mr. Govan to tell him that you're going to clean the car so he wouldn't shoot you, right?
Yeah.
So did he come out to visit with you?
No, I didn't come out.
Then how did he give you the money that night to go get a car cover?
I went back over there. I ain't say it might have been that same day, man. I said it might have been the next day, but I went over there, get some pills. I might have been later on, but I went over there to get some pills, whatever. Stay up, some extra pills, once a week.
Right.
And you gave me the money.
You're saying we're running a little bit out of time because you told us under oath that he paid you on the 19th of December of 2021 in the evening hours of midnight.
Then I said it might have been the day. It might have been me. It might have been, like, I probably had the day mixed up. Like, the day before I called me to wipe the car. Then the 19th, he gave me the money for the car cover.
So, see, there's no problem. Like, the car was found on the 20th that morning.
Okay.
So if you wiped the car down the night before it was found, that would be the 19th. You agree with me, right?
Exactly.
And if he also paid you at the same time, that would be the 19th, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if
But
you
the
got...
time, like, the time of what time, like, exactly what time this took place, well, I can't remember.
But it was all at night.
Yeah, like midnight, early morning.
Okay. And you went to the AutoZone to buy that night, and you just...
Nah, I ain't go that night. I went the morning to get that done, get a cup of, because I want me to put it, AutoZone, I ain't no 24-hour AutoZone.
Okay. What time did you go to the autism? So like 7 in the morning.
Can't tell you exactly what time.
Okay. Who'd you go with? All right, so now you got Angela involved in covering up the murder of Hernandez, right? She's helping you get this?
I ain't ever bothered doing nothing. She won't have nothing. She won't doing it. Nothing like that.
All right, so when she picked you up at 200 apartments, what happened to your clothes?
I had my clothes.
You got the body clothes.
We had changed out in 200 apartments.
Where'd you get the clothes?
We got 200 apartments.
But from who?
You got no one. I don't know what to do.
So they just had something to fit your size to wear those clothes?
You see, when we went in and we came out, you see, before Angela pulled up, we had on different coats when we came out. You see that on video.
So you remember that part, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You went to the AutoZone. You ever been to an AutoZone yourself before?
No, I ain't cars.
Security cameras everywhere, right? At the AutoZone?
I don't know what it is.
All right. Would it be out of the ordinary? You've done auto parts shopping before, you said you've been there before, right?
Right.
All right. Do most businesses that you frequent have surveillance cameras?
Of course.
All right. So your car, what car was it that went to the AutoZone that morning?
The SUV and PPO.
So Angela's car.
Yes, sir.
So if I was to call AutoZone to get surveillance, I could easily see the car coming in. All right, and if I went inside, I could easily be seen in surveillance cameras, since you have it for shoplifting and all that. Angela would be front and center, right?
I ain't gonna say front and center, but I told her to go use the car code.
All right. And
Go
so,
get a car code, universal car code.
all right, and so if it's around 7 in the morning, she used cash to buy it. You get a receipt even if you use cash, right?
Right.
Okay. So if I wanted to double check, say I'm a really good detective and I want to figure out what's happened, I could easily go to AutoZone, go over footage, ask them for just the receipts from between 7 and 8 that morning, who bought a car, right? It's very easy to validate what you're saying, right? Okay. We agree on that. Thank you. With regards to Mr. Govan, you talk to him almost every single day, right?
What you mean?
Like you would hang out at his house.
Yeah, I go through that for a few cool about years.
Yeah, but you talk to him pretty regularly, right?
Right.
So if you say, hey, he called me or he did this, you could have communicated with him for any reason. You have to take your word for what it is that you guys talking about, right?
What are you telling them?
Well, I mean, you're a little vague on the date, so I'm just asking you, if you met him that summer,
I'm a little big on the day.
a little fuzzy on the date.
Yeah. I've been locked up about 4 years.
Right, but you also talked to the police over the course of the 4 years, especially in the first 6 months.
Yeah, like,
But I know because there's pressure here when you're in early, but I'm saying, you also talked
no
to,
pressure. But let me tell you the truth. I know pressure.
your truth is your truth, I understand. You've talked to these people about 9 times essentially, the government orders, right, prior to testifying here today.
I guarantee you, let it every time I talk. Sure.
Okay. You mentioned during your testimony that you actually never communicated with Joe, is that right?
I don't know. Well, I did, to be honest with you. Yeah, I did. After they found the car, whatever, and I wasn't talking to Justin or him, so I had inbox I forgot what it was. I'm like, man, I'm going home. I'm trying to get my money. You know what I'm saying?
So who were you communicating with?
I was inboxing you, like, man, go and go home. Like, really, I ain't gonna say this would go in hard, you know what I'm saying? Under the bid. I'm like, go down home, boy. Get it with you. I'm trying to get my bread.
Right. So when you say inbox, is that an email?
Yeah, what I had was, I forgot what it was.
Okay. And the reason I ask is you didn't want to give up anything or do anything, but earlier when you first met Joe, you said Mr. Govan introduced you as Little C, the guy that done the shooting of Wu, so we already knew you were a shooter. So why would you need all the cloak and dagger if you're trying to reach out to Joe?
Nah, because look, this had me, man. After the shooting with him, after they discovered the car with him, just to hang out with me, he was like, man, look, man, just saying that he'll give us on his own terms or whatever, and don't trust Govan or nothing like that right now, you know what I'm saying? He like, so in my eyes, there's so many crosses, you know what I'm saying? Like, just here, ran out with the cake or whatever, and I couldn't trust him, I couldn't trust nobody, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, I'm gonna take initiative on my own, and he jiggled on his little, I forgot his Instagram or something, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, you go in, I'm gonna go, you know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't get up with you. You gotta need my money.
Did you ever text Mr. Jerk at all in the course of all this?
That's what I was saying, like, website, like on Instagram or Facebook, something like that, I forgot what it was. I ain't have his number personally. I couldn't have contact him, like call his phone and say, Juke, go on with it. No, I couldn't do it.
Okay. Could Angela do that?
No.
So nobody.
Angela ain't no nothing about no Juke or none of these, like, no, she couldn't just get Juke. She don't know, you don't know, Govan.
Just 1 second, brother.
Now at Hardee's, 2 hand-breaded chicken tender wraps are only $5. Choose your favorite flavors.
You recall some hours ago you said your friend Bobby Carter lives across the street from Govan as well, right?
He stayed like across up the street, over to his point with his mom.
Right.
And they called each other brothers, you know.
So your testimony to me now is when you told them what about Bobby Carter, that you didn't remember having it. Now you're saying Bobby Carter lives up the street.
He stayed across the street, but houses down from where they called it.
How many houses?
I don't know, not 3, 4 houses. Close to
Bradley?
Nah, Bradley is the street they stay on. Close towards what's the Crossway Street?
I'm not familiar with that. The reason I ask is you also mentioned you just lived a couple minutes from Mr. Govan's house, right? Okay. So you live a couple minutes from Mr. Govan's house. Bobby lives across the street, some 3 houses down. And you and Bobby did the first shooting of Wu, when you guys had a shootout with Mr. Wu, is that correct?
Yeah, we Bobby just, and we got, Mr. Govan got, he's doing.
Okay. Now, Govan gave you the I understand that. Was Trina Ingram also there for that shooting? How many people were there all together at the first shooting of Wu?
At the shooting,
At the shooting.
the house that we go right now.
Okay. Let's try to see it. You went with Bobby Carter and you said Justin was over there.
And I met up at Mr. Govan house. And me and Bobby jumped through one vehicle, Justin, another guy was in another vehicle.
All right. So when they asked you before, now there's a 4th guy that was going to do the shooting with you guys, right? It's you, Justin, Bobby, the 4th person you don't know. Okay. So you guys drove off and found Wu and got a shootout.
Yeah, he had told me Wu was there.
So Mr. Govan knew exactly what Wu was at the date and the time.
Or Wu stayed there.
Okay, so did you shoot up his house?
Nah, like I said, gun had jammed up. I was on the foot, climbing up. And he come in there, the gun, the Govan had gave me, had jammed up. I had to jump behind the tree. Bobby trying to get to me.
Okay. Were you ever charged with the attempted murder of Ruth by the state?
No.
But you told them that you tried to kill somebody in a dungeon, but they didn't charge you with conspiracy or attempted murder or anything?
I know police, like, it was street stuff, and nobody attempted, like, he shot back, like, it was a shootout. It was a shootout. I did,
Well, with Mr. Dolph, so that was a shootout too, because they shot back at you and they hit you
we
twice.
shot first, we shot first, so we really running, we ran it as they was shooting back, we was out, and he was shooting back.
Okay. In your statement to the police in March of 2022 and Mr. Hadley, do you remember telling them that two masked men met you prior to your arrest and gave you $50,000 in cash inside a brown paper bag?
No, I didn't say it.
All right. Did you tell them about, okay, you didn't tell them, got it. At some point, money showed up for your lawyer after you got arrested, is that right?
Yeah.
And then you were talking to the police, and they asked you what did the money mean, and you said it was understood that you were on Joe's team, is that correct? You sure? I had it on video, so I was going to ask you again. Yeah, they said, is it understood what you were going to be doing, that they paid for your lawyer?
I wasn't my one. The hit already been done.
You're in prison, and $38,000 or $50,000 or whatever just shows up to pay your lawyer, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, and that came from Mr. Jones, CMG, so it just magically appeared.
I don't know who it came from. Like I said, I was tired, but I don't know who it came from.
You remember talking to the police on August 10th of 2022?
I did, what was it?
Well, I'm going to show you what was said, and we're going to go through it. Questions. You remember talking to agents back in 2022, you established that, right? All right. Who is Vanessa Covington? And you stated to the police on August 10th of 2022 that you had Vanessa Covington, I guess her name is Holmes, try to reach out to the lawyer for you, right? All right. And then she told you that we don't have any money, right? Her husband contacted a lawyer in Forest Daily, is that right? And that you told her that you needed to get word to Mims through Arthur Horn, attorney for Anthony Mims. Correct? Correct. So you told your sister to reach out to Jeff's lawyer, Arthur Horn.
No, I did not tell my sister. So, lawyer did.
Okay, so you told your lawyer, reach out to Jeff's lawyer, Arthur Horn. Okay.
But he didn't represent me.
Right. And so the lawyer did get some money from Arthur Horn. And Arthur Horn is Jeff's lawyer, right? Okay. And then at some point, Mr. Bailey advised you that payments been made. And it was supposed to be $50,000, right? And there's no trail on it, just cash, is what he told me, he got paid cash. Because Mr. Horn didn't want this coming back to him, so he just paid out cash to Mr. Bailey.
I don't know. I haven't got paid. I don't know. Yeah, he got paid.
Alright.
He got it.
And then Mr. Bailey backed out of your case shortly thereafter. And another lawyer came on your case, right?
That is one name that was in the
Okay. So he's been paid, well, either be it 50,000, 30, whatever it is, he's been paid. And then he gets you another lawyer, right? And the same 38,000 in cash shows up for that lawyer, right? All right. And you guys talked about that cash, and in fact, your lawyer, during his interview with the police in August, said, whoa, 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 this money's all documented, all that stuff, right? Your lawyer talked for a while, trying to explain where this money came from, right?
I think so.
Okay. And then one of the detectives also jumped up and said, now that they paid for your lawyer, it was understood that you were with them. Words to that extent.
What you mean?
If I pay for your lawyer, wouldn't I expect you to help me out and keep your mouth shut?
No, not necessarily, because you bring me a part of these, and then you know what I'm saying, like, you make your statement to the police, and you hire me to do this and make a statement and turn it in, and, you know, right, I'm not ready to go with it. You know, the same person hired me, and made a statement on me, I'm not ready to, you know, keep it, and tell the truth. This is who I am, right? And then there you go. This is who I am.
Okay. When you tried, they asked you again.
I don't know drinking that money. I don't know drinking. So I'm not with them.
When they gave you the money,
I didn't give you the money.
when they gave the lawyer the money, you think Mr. Govan came up with $50,000 in cash to pay the lawyer? All right, you already answered this. You said you know it came to the lawyer for you. I got it. So let's move from that to, was Mr. Juke ever interviewed by the police in this case?
I don't know.
You read the discovery in the case, did you not?
I don't read all that. I mean, over 1,000 people.
All right. So in here, then, you said, I looked at the discovery after your March interview.
I saw my part was short.
Okay. Your part was short, even though you're the one in the AK-47 committing a murder. Telling them about AutoZone, telling them about I went here, I went there. Let's go back. But you talked about pressure wool. You know pressure wool, right?
Yeah.
You know what it looks like. You've been there before. Sometimes people sell drugs there.
I don't know, but I don't know if I'm going to be crazy or like that. I can't see how.
All right.
I can't see how.
You said you been in pressure. What did you get a pressure wool for?
I went up there with him to go man to get covered before. And then I went the day of the shooting. I didn't go and look.
All right, so is your testimony now, after I just asked you, you've been there before, you know what it looks like, you've only been there twice. Is that your testimony? Okay. You live in the same neighborhood as Mr. Govan, just a couple minutes away.
Yes, sir.
The pressure room is just a couple minutes away from both of you guys.
Yes, sir.
And you know what it looks like.
Yes, sir.
And you've been there.
Yes, sir.
You've been there without Mr. Govan.
No, sir.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you're saying you've only been there twice in your life?
I can't tell you because I probably been up 2-3 times more. I don't know. I just can't tell you, sir.
Okay, so it was, I went there to get my car, you guys
That's
saw
why
it.
I asked him.
Why did they want, I'm sorry, I apologize. You went there one time with Mr. Govan so he could wash his car.
He was about wrong.
Okay. And the next time you mentioned it was to pick up your car.
I don't know if you want to say yes, sir. I wouldn't be able to pick my phone up from him. He told me to meet him where he get it car wash because I already knew. So, I went doing that.
And then there may have been other times you went to the car wash with Mr.
No, I'm not saying that, sir.
Okay. When you go to pressure wash, do you notice this camera all around the building and there's only one way in and
I
out?
don't know about it, but it might be.
Okay. So if I'm a good detective and you say I went to pressure wash, certainly they would have gone to pressure wash and seen the cameras and asked for the surveillance, right?
I don't know what it is, sir. I can't do the job. Well, I don't know what I can do.
When you talk about when the meeting happened, was it just you and Joe when the meeting happened?
No, me and Joe, and there you go, sir.
And was that planned in advance?
Nah, I told you I was just putting the picking it up from the Joe was already over. Go in and like, we're going to see right here. I was like, this is what I'm big the other day. Joe was like, hold on.
With regards to trying to figure out when this meeting happened with Joe, was the first time you saw it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you just know Mr. Govan for a very short period of time prior to this meeting, right? Okay, but Govan, even though you don't even know, approached you and said, you want to kill some people.
No, he said, you know, paper, I got this one. Now, you want to kill some paper, I got this one. Then I'm going.
Right, so.
This action. You know what I'm saying, street. This action, highways.
So was he doing a public service announcement saying, hey, there's a bounty on these people, or did he tell you?
First, you got to figure a person out. So that's basically what we're doing. Figure out his out behind people's home. So I probably need a little money because I get kids on crazy or whatever from him. You know what I'm saying? And he saw me and Bobby tight, so he figured me out. And was like, you know, this money.
And so this is in order Mr. Govan could move himself to make $100,000. So you would do it maybe $10,000.
I don't know where he could get himself. I don't know. I can't tell you all this, sir. He popped, but he had a whole bunch of young guys around, you know what I'm saying? So I guess, you know, just send us on there, you know.
So now he had a whole bunch of guys that he was talking to this about.
Nah, I'm saying he had young guys around, you know, we would come around, so, you know.
So is everybody supposed to be told, go out and kill people and make some money?
I don't know, sir. I don't know, but I'm not going to see him now, sir.
Okay. But now you're telling me that he had other young people out here, everybody knew that there was a price on
I
that.
say everybody, I don't know who all knew, sir, but I know he, Bobby, Chris, and the other guy. I don't know who all knew, because I'm not with their little crew, so they talked about, when I went around, I don't know, sir. You know what I'm saying? I was Bobby's partner. I wasn't his partner really, but, you know, me and Bobby, he saw me and Bobby was, then he, you know, started, trying to play money.
So a gentleman that you just recently met decides he's going to trust you enough to tell you that there's a price on people's head. And just like that, you trust some guy living in Orange Mountain to be able to come through with the money based on his representation.
No, I ain't want any representation. It's just, you know, if you're hungry for some money, you you get out there and get your hand dirty, you know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, I had already saw Jude, like, after he told us, and we went on one issue, and Bob clarified that, you know, he wrote a good for, and Jude was over there when I met him, and Jude clarified that
What's up, party people? Craig Robinson here with my brother Chris to talk to you about our favorite new puzzle game, Royal Kingdom. We're actually such big fans, we wrote a song about it. Royal Kingdom, fill me with delight. I really love to play you, morning, noon, and night. Afternoons too, we don't discriminate. No pop-ups or ads, it's me and you to the end. Sweet Royal Kingdom, I promise I'll never stray. So get out your phone and download it today. Hey, finish me, brother. So get out your phone and download Royal Kingdom today. Royal Kingdom, download and play today.
The CFA charter is the single best thing I've done for my professional reputation. I've picked up so much knowledge that I feel confident.
The CFA program is a path I can take to set myself aside, and it sends a good signal to employers.
yeah, but like phone and stuff like that, and, you know, they were saying you police, so they were all phones that go outside, you know, talk about it.
So let me back this up. You were told at the meeting that Mr. Govan could be police.
Nah, Bobby been told me.
Bobby told you.
In the streets, like, you know, people in the neighborhood were saying that, you know, he ain't got him parking, he ain't got him sitting children, you know, setting him up and stuff like that.
So let's maybe go back to scratch. You just met this guy for a short period of time over the summer. Bobby's already told you he's a snitch and he works for the feds.
But you can't see what he's like that. Like, he ain't getting no wrong. He ain't getting no police stuff. He ain't police. So I don't just take the street saying back anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Your friend Bobby Carter told you that. Your friend.
The associate. Okay. I have friends that have associates.
Your associate told you that this man that you just met is a federal snitch. You can't trust him, right?
Yeah, but people saying back in the day, you know what I'm saying? So, no, he ain't getting no police stuff. Me, like, I ain't better see that, you know what I'm saying? So the streets talk like that all the time, socials, or whatever. But if you probably see how he is, and he ain't like this, or he come, you know, you believe, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think what he's saying.
All right, so let me just ask.
It's just like proving guilty into proving, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the problem with that. So let me ask you some questions. All right, so before you meet Mr. Govan, according to you, whenever that was, Bobby Carter's already giving you rumors, your associate, that he's a snitch, you can't trust him.
Nah, not before that. You start, you know what I'm saying, hanging out in the street, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so now you're saying Bobby told you he was a snitch after you guys started together?
After you saw how our relationship was, then when he was like, you know what I'm saying, interested in you, know, that's why I feel that. He was like, that's why he want to take the part of me. You know, nothing like that, you know what I'm saying?
So your associate Bobby Carter that introduced you to Mr. Govan felt that because you didn't trust Mr. Govan.
Yeah, because me and Bobby had a problem too, though, so that's why I really didn't believe in here from the town and stuff, so I really just don't believe it, people see me, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so now you and your associate Bobby Carter had problems as well. So
I
you
didn't
believe
feel,
it.
yeah, so I was like really more around him than Bobby. I didn't feel bad about it, but we had a different problems and stuff.
So the same language you would, you guys have a disagreement, so you weren't trying to. So the car works park, even though Bobby lives just a couple of doors down, we're going to keep saying it's across from Govan's house. It's actually in front of an abandoned house, like one or two down from Govan.
What?
The car, when you guys dropped off the Mercedes.
Right across the street,
Okay, which is 2 doors down, but on the same street from Bobby Carter's house.
Yeah, he's on the same side as Bobby, you know what I'm saying? On the same side as Bobby, but right across the street from his building.
Did Bobby ever tell you, call you and say, why is there a fancy Mercedes sitting in front of my house with a busted window?
I wasn't talking to Bobby at the time. Bobby texted me and said that he was not going to fuck with me. It's actually on the phone, so Bobby, I don't know.
When you talked to the police regarding the meeting, you said the meeting took place around the time Brandon Murray was murdered. Remember that? Brandon Murray. Good show. I believe that it was. I want you to look at the highlighted portion of paragraph 9 of the debrief of that. You mentioned you've seen the discovery about you, so this is about you. You're real. You had to go up a long 6-page summary about your interview, right? Okay, so your lawyer, over the last 3 years, has never shown you your own statement to the police. So you're basically telling me your lawyer is a complete buffoon that didn't share your own discovery.
I wouldn't say that. I'm not saying it, but I told him I didn't want the rest of the discovery. So I didn't say it. I didn't say that I didn't get out on the discovery.
So, you know, specifically the interviews that you did with the police, maybe the most important thing, he didn't give those to you.
I didn't get out. After these pages came, I didn't really get no more.
You have that, so just speak that I was important to yourself. That's what the police said he wrote. You told them, CD was you at the time, that's the phrase, the initials they were using for you. Said the August 13th, 2021, his meeting was around the same time Brandon Murray was murdered. Right? Okay. Tell me, how many people have you shot over the last, your career?
My career is not a career for one, but I went to jail in 2011 for aggravated assault charge.
Okay, but I'm just asking you, how many people have you shot? You got a boot down, who else?
I haven't shot him. I shot everyone.
Tell these nice people in your life, how many people have you shot at?
One. How many people have I shot at?
Yeah.
Blue. And I shot a guy in 2011. Or now, I'm just doing stuff like that.
Okay. Can I retrieve that? You got arrested on December 9th, you got intoxicated safely talking, correct? You got to say yes or no?
Yes, sir. I was under the influence.
Okay. But we still interviewed you for following life, is that correct?
Because I said I talked to him, because I figured long criminate myself, let it go.
Okay. And then do you remember your girlfriend Angel Arnold talking to the police on December 14th?
I remember. I wasn't there. I was locked up. I remember.
Do you remember calling from the jail on December 12th before she...
At Wine River Winery, we believe great wine starts with great foods. Grown right here on land we know and love. Come to one of our 3 tasting locations today for small bites and our award-winning wine. Wine River Winery. Good times, great wines.
Could you show him the jail recorded phone call from December 15th, 2021? Like you read it out to yourself. Just read it to yourself.
December what?
15th, 2021. Highlighted recorded. Where it says Smith said. Okay. So try to retrieve that back. telling your family, tell Angela Earl not to go into the dentist's office until you came home.
What?
That's a yes, sir.
Yeah, I read what I'm doing, I see it.
And then underneath it, you can look at it and let me in. And you also tell Uncle Ron, go talk to Angela before she goes back to the police.
Yeah, I read what I'm doing.
Okay. And then did you yourself on the 15th talk to Angela Arnold at 8:27 p.m. to talk about her interview with police?
I did.
What are your memories?
The jail has phone call history, right there, black and white.
Just take a look at it, because I don't want you to misunderstand me, because I know it's a little iffy.
What page you see it?
The top of the page, read the 15th. So on that day, you asked Angela, tell me what she's going to do, because you want to figure this shit out. And you don't want her going out of the police until you get out, so you guys can go to the lawyer, is that right?
I don't know. That's why I don't know, we exactly that.
Okay. Okay. And then you also told her to say they don't, she doesn't know anything about it. Keep up with the false statement that she's over there.
Nah, because she ain't make no false statements, so, you know, she told them what she knew.
But on the 14th, she said she didn't know anything.
I don't know what she told them, I was a nursery, you know what I'm saying? But she told them what she knew, and, you know,
So she had no idea that this was going to go down the door on November 17th, right?
she ain't know till November 16th. She ain't know till the day. She picked me up, I had to go and tell her, and, keep on working what we're doing. Worry about it, make sure that she stay happy, make sure she stay happy.
But then you also used her to go buy the car cover at AutoZone.
Yeah,
2 days after that.
that.
But at that point, she knows she's hiding evidence, right, about this car cover, to hide the car.
Nah, she didn't know she had no evidence, nothing like that. I was agreeing, she didn't know nothing about what she was doing, nothing like that. I just told her about the car cover, she didn't know what car it was for.
Okay. So even though you guys committed a shooting in a car, you didn't tell her anything about it, you said, go buy a car cover. She said, okay, I'll do it.
I told her I got shot and stuff. I said, man, you going to get a universal car cover for me, you know what I'm saying? She didn't know what car it was going to get, car cover was going to go on. She didn't know that.
You just been shot 2 days earlier. She takes you to a strange apartment that she doesn't live at, where you got bandages. You tell her to go buy a car cover, and she doesn't ask any questions.
Nah, I told her, man, I did tell her that, you know, if you got into the bush, you got in. You know, it was I told her it was a $1.5 million deal on the property. That's what I told her, you know what I'm saying?
Sure. So you told your girlfriend that you were going to get $1.5 million for killing Dolph.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you came around and...
No. I told her 1.5. But it was really 100,000. I never said no million. I never said no 200,000. Whatever you try to get.
I mean, I get anything. I just have paperwork in front of me. So when Angela testifies in the downstairs, she'll say, I agree with you, 1.5 million, 15 million. So you didn't mention to her money. You didn't mention $500,000.
No.
Did you mention to her that you talked to Shay, your child's mother, and said you're going to use that money to buy a house for them and live happily ever after?
Nah, I didn't. Because I didn't say no shit like that. I didn't say we live happily ever after. I just said, you know, I was going to, you know, make sure if God would have, well, I ain't going to say God would really be, but if I would have got away with it, and I would have got to look into that, I would have blessed my children more than about 2 minutes later in my house. So I seen they take me, and they want to know if we going to yeah, they over after and all that.
Right. You remember when the other lawyer in Luke, Evan, was aware, he asked you about that and he said, I was just running a game on her. What is, you ran a game on him, right?
No, I ain't run game on them.
Who do you run a game on?
I don't know that, because my children mother was wrong. You know, get in there, I won't put them down in my house, you can't buy no house for $5,000, nothing like that. And you just running, you know, running games like just doing like,
Lying to them.
no, I won't say lying, it's just, you know, man and women talking. She know me, I know her. She know I'm full of shit, I know she full of shit. Basically.
All right, so
put a smile on each other's face, laugh, something to laugh about.
I'm looking at page 153.
Johnny, you won't believe what I just found. Have you heard about Royal Kingdom?
Royal Kingdom, no clue.
Brand new puzzle game.
Yeah, she got that. All right. So the question was asked, Mr. Evans, what time is her you're gonna buy her a house? Answer, I said that the day before, I said that the day before. Question, the day before? Answer, yeah, I tell a female a lie, you know what I'm saying? Like that, I made mama. I was just trying to get back with her or whatever. I ain't just like, you know, it's just game. You know what I'm saying? It's just game. It ain't about all, it's just game. So when I asked you that you were trying to get back with your baby's mother, and you said that, with this other lawyer, that's a lie.
Well, no, because it's very good, you know what I'm saying? Because I see it again, you know, how I feel that about her, and how I feel again, you know, different time. And then 44 months, man, you know.
I understand. And you don't want to spend unless you like the person, do you?
I don't know if I want to spend real thing like a queen, but, you know, I got to do whatever they give me to do. If they give me life, then it's just enough, you know, I give you right.
Okay. Let me finish up with, so, when we talked to you about the day before, yeah, I tell a female a lie, you know what I'm saying, like, that might make you mama. I was just trying to get back with her or whatever. It ain't just like, you know, it's just a game, you know what I'm saying, it's just a game. It ain't all about all, it's just game. Question, so you're just lying to her too? Answer, I ain't saying lying, I ain't gonna say that. Game and lying is two different things because, I mean, you know, tell a person what they want to hear, you know what I'm saying. You said that, right?
I can tell you.
Right.
And then one more, how I feel about her now, how I feel being different. You know what I'm saying? Once again, same strong.
I agree, but it's a three.
So you?
I don't think statement to me is tell people what they want to hear, it's just a game.
You totally do.
Okay. So when you said.
It's not lying, right? This shit real, man.
Okay.
Somebody lost their life.
Right,
And got it, right?
And you wouldn't make amends for that, right?
For every day, and God who give me, you know what I'm saying? And give me stuff like this.
It's been 4 years, why don't you just take a guilty plea, so that you didn't have to worry about it? It's still not like guilty plea things.
Why did I want to take a guilty plea?
Yeah, they're gonna give you what they're gonna give you.
Yeah, they are, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just keep it real, you know. Some person hide it, you know. Some person, you know what I'm saying? Keep it real with them, so I'm gonna keep it real too, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know nothing about this. I ain't had no beef with paper route. I ain't into no paper route. I don't know none of them. And I know been with Hernandez Govan, and he told me about to leave on all the edges and stuff. I couldn't see him.
With regards to after the shooting, you said you went to the car and cleaned it at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
The car in which you were bleeding from your shoulder wound and maybe not from your leg wound. All right, and you mentioned that you took bleaching peroxide to wipe the
I ain't say what it was. I said I don't know exactly. I can't think of much. Clean stuff.
Just give me a second, I'll show you the second.
Okay. You get there and I said, I didn't get it. I don't know. I can't tell you what I do. Right on top.
I understand. How many people have you shot that you can't remember going in the car with bleaching
I
peroxide?
told you, sir, I ain't shooting nobody but the guy in 2011. I shot Ed Wood and Young Dolph. I don't shoot people like that. I'm not that kind of guy. How many people have you shot a guy?
You remember pulling a gun on your child's mother when she had to get in school?
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't shoot at her, but you just pulled a gun on her, right? Okay. With regards to that Angela, you had domestic violence calls as well. That's just a few months before all this happened. You called the police on it.
On trial, sir?
Well, you should be, but you're not right now. So I'm asking you.
Well, why you bring the money from me this week? And what is it?
All right. And then did you also steal TVs and other things?
Yes, sir.
Buy drugs?
Yes, sir.
After you stole Angela's property?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you had domestic violence with her as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
But she's still dating you as of today after 4 years of being in
Yes,
prison?
sir. You know, you go through the ups and downs, every relationship.
Refer the state to page 150 to 159. Sorry, I need your steps in at the gate. Let's see what's there. No problem. Okay, read the bottom of that page and the top of the next page. All right. So the questions are asked. Luke Evans asked you a question. He was actually twice. He was also asked on page 153. Question, all right. Now you said you wiped down this car. How did you wipe down this car? Like, what did you do? Answer, what you mean? Question, how did you wipe down the car? What did you do? You walked through the backyard, walked up to the car. What did you do next? Answer, I took a towel and, I had like peroxide and bleach and stuff, and I wiped the car down. Question, peroxide and bleach? Answer, yeah. Question, so you walked back through this yard and you had big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands? Answer, yeah. You trying to say how I did it with a shot arm? You guys don't understand how you would wipe that thing down. Remember 3 different times you talked about bleach and peroxide?
Yeah.
And carrying big things of bleach and peroxide to the car?
I said, here.
Question, and so you walked back through this yard and you had big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands? Answer, yeah.
I had it on time. I didn't say I carried it on me, but I remember the next week, and you shot. You know,
Let's hear it again. Did you say it? just ask you again. Question, until you walk back through this yard and you have big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands, the answer, yeah.
Yeah.
At some point in one of your interviews, you mentioned that Justin Johnson gave $500 to the neighbor next to your father's house along with the letter. Remember that?
Yeah.
That happened, right?
Yeah.
All right, and that lady that lives next to your dad's house, that would be in Ferguson?
Yeah.
Right. And so she was given $500 by who?
I wasn't married at the time, but I believe it was Justin Johnson.
Okay. So Justin Johnson arguably gone to your dad's neighbor, maybe it's like a random street in Ferguson. And gave her $500 cash, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point after the shooting, you went to Atlanta, right?
I was going to get from the mom from the 500 radio.
Okay. I'm not going to ask if you know when the 500 went because I'm sure it's going to be bloody for you, but after the shooting, you went to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Right. And then, arguably when things cooled down, you came back and there should have been $500 waiting for you with some video Ferguson.
I was on my way back from my mom. When we gave her the 500, I was already in route back to get it.
All right. So she would hold the money for you until
Yeah, I was just 3 hours away.
Okay. Anything?
No, I can't see it.
Okay. In regards to when you met Justin, you told us repeatedly to the government that you met him through Mr. Govan. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you remember making an intoxicated statement with the police on December 9th when you were arrested? That you met Mr. Johnson through another rapper that you used miscellaneous. It's like $INC. You remember saying that? Okay.
I was under the influence, sir, so I don't recall none of that interview on December 9th. Yeah, I got locked up. I was high on moonshine.
Introducing Hardee's home-style breakfast burritos with cheese, fluffy egg, crispy hash.
You were high, but you went to the grocery store, knowing that it was your daughter's birthday by cake from the Burns. You went to the school to drop it off. You then were alert enough to notice that.
Nah, I did say I want my friend belly button coming out.
I'm good. You were alert enough to notice that you were being followed by law enforcement, but instead of whatever, you decided to go to the Family Dollar to get some headache pills. You then ride through Mississippi or to Mississippi, and then you were alert enough to know that suddenly not just the unmarked cars, the Jeeps, the Soto County Police was also following you, right? And then they stopped you.
They pulled me over.
They pulled you over.
Follow me, they come behind me. That's what initially made me stop and pull me over. What is this monster?
All right. Was this on the side of the road?
Yeah, they pulled me over on the side of the road.
Okay. And so, was this near your child's mother's house?
It was in the city on her way.
Right. Because when we talked,
State line.
okay, when we talked to the government, you said you were able to get your phone to your child's mother, so you gave her some evidence, and the police figured it out. Was that before or after the police were following you?
They been following me the whole time. I didn't know, but after I left my daughter's school, which was right around the corner from home, I dropped her off.
Okay, because you didn't tell them the government asked you what happened next. Now you're saying after the school, you remember the intoxicated state that you drove to your child's mother's house and left the important cell phone with her.
Yes. After I left her house, that's when I went to Hernandez, got the Tylenol again. And I knew they were following me. When I was in her apartment, they pulled the 5-car beat. I let him get on there. I went to Hernandez, got the Tylenol again. Then I just shot on there.
Okay, so let me get this straight now. So when you went to your child's mother's house to slap it, it is now your testimony that they were there 5 deep.
They pulled up 5-car beat. As I was out there talking to her, They were pulling in apartments, and I told her to move, and I pulled on her back.
Okay. So as you're in the apartment, you see the cops, they somehow decide to get away from
They was on Mars, they do it Mars. They was on Mars, I guess they were waiting on me to meet somebody, they were cool, I don't know. Why they didn't give me right here?
You remember telling Uncle Ron, your brother Quez, and all that, prior to all this, that after it happened, they go in as a federal snitch and you have a sort of this thing about so you got it. You remember at one of your many interviews, they showed you photos of weapons that could have been used at the time of the shooting. Remember that? You had to identify photos that they were showing you the gun. Okay. All right. I think this is one of the non-intoxicating interviews you said. One of the guns that they showed you, you said was Justin's in its hole. You remember saying that? No, it was just the gun. They sort of put the gun laying against the field. You remember that? You remember me showing AK and some other handguns and you said those are Angela's guns. You remember that? Okay.
I remember being shot with a gun, but I don't remember it.
All right. And it's your testimony, though, even though you told the police that you met Justin sometime in the past, you miscellaneous. You were too intoxicated. You have no idea how that name came into your mind to say, I met Justin miscellaneous, right? It's just random talk.
If you ask the police to interview me, they'll tell you that they had to open me up to go to the restaurant. So if you ask them to interview me, they'll tell you.
So the first interview where you said miscellaneous did this, and you had a long interview with police. Not once did you mention the name Govan, right, in that first
I
interview?
never told nobody to do this. I never told you nobody to do this. I never said like, I never admitted to doing this or being part of this or nothing.
I'm just trying to figure out, all the people in the world get paid. You said I met Justin to this thing, it's honest, how did that come to
I don't even know this about me. I'm just being honest. I was under it.
You remember writing letters to your sisters, Sarah Smith and Vanessa Holmes?
Yes, sir.
Right. With regards to your letter to Kiana Smith, at least you didn't think it was going to be seized. That was dated 3/3/22, that would be March 3rd, 22. Remember that? Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're basically saying that Angela's lying on LMAO. Angela said she's scared of LMAO. She's fucking in my life with her lies. You remember all that?
Yeah, bro.
If you want to see it, I'm sure.
What y'all supposed to say?
All right, and you go on about her lying ass and all that other stuff. So the interesting thing there is, you talked to your sister about a separate case here in Memphis, in the Holly Bobo case. You remember that?
Yeah, when I was explaining my lawyer history, who my lawyer was, that were representing me or whatever, so I was just telling them, like, his history, who you are representing and stuff like that.
Okay. And it says, he being the lawyer, he said, that's the only way I will not do life in jail. And just, and ECT name, what is ECT? Is that federal?
Yeah.
Okay. Name just got $50K for this. Keep talking about one of the man in Holly Bobo case, where they raped and killed her, period. He worked with them, and they let him walk free. You remember saying that to your sister? That he So the idea was, this isn't worse. You're not intoxicated anymore.
No, I ain't intoxicated.
And right into it, that if I work with the police, just like this guy that raped and killed a woman and walked free because he cooperated, that means...
I actually don't know exactly what the guy did, what role the guy played that he represented, so I really didn't, and I didn't know the case very well as well, so I didn't know what was I don't know what was because I didn't know the role. I just know he represented somebody on the case.
So when your family was reaching out to Duke's lawyer, Arthur Bourne, and getting other lawyers...
My family was doing research.
Okay, so... I want to read after. Yes, your family reached out to Attorney Bailey, and then reached out to Arthur Bourne on your behalf. They didn't want to stop. But then when Bailey pulled out of the case, you got the same lawyer that got the man in the Holly Global case off that property, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think you can show me. He said that's the only way I will not do life in jail. And then you said he talking about one of the men in Hollywood Bobo case where they raped and killed her, worked with them, and they let him walk free. That's what you were saying to your sister about you were going to be able to try to have happen, right? But that was your expectation.
Yeah, I was saying what my lawyer had, what my lawyer had did for that claim, which I don't know that man role, I don't know what role he played in that case. So I don't know how he got involved. I don't know what he did. You know what I'm saying? Like what role he played when they were going to kill him. I was just telling them what his issue was.
Right, but you chose the only lawyer that you're talking about that said that he's got to cooperate and walk free over and for your own word.
Well, you guys met him all before, so I didn't know exactly what my lawyer was really like. I was just telling them his issue.
Okay, well, how do you know that I've gotten somebody to walk free?
I really got you.
Okay. I'm not sure how we've never met, right?
We met.
I did ask to talk to you.
TV.
Okay, and I have talked to you. I did ask to talk to you to deal with stuff several times.
Did you actually talk to me?
Yeah. Did your lawyer tell you that I've called multiple times to try to talk to you before trial and I said that I couldn't talk to you? Remember that? Your lawyer didn't tell you that?
Yes, you know.
It's okay, I'll withdraw the question. I just have a moment, sir. You remember when I talked to you, it seems like a lifetime ago, we talked about God is Arthur Bourne giving some money for your lawyer and I asked you, are you on the team and all that? And you said, you don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm... Okay, so I'm just going to play some audio for you. Should you listen to it carefully, tell me if that's your voice.
This was like, did they, was the message given to you that like this is for you to be on that team and not call?
Pretty much, but not really, but I guess maybe pay me. Like, this supposed to be like, just be cool, but something.
And as far as you know, since you obviously have not
Delivering safe, clean, reliable, and affordable water to your family and ours.
I know Mr. Joe died in 2024.
emotionally.
Okay. And so just before I sit down, we're not sure about the dates, we're not sure about the times. Basically, from this meeting until the murder, it's about 3 months is our best guess for me and Justin did. The morning of the murder, you didn't call Mr. Govan, did you?
Now, we talked about it before, but we was already out. Right?
Well, the reason I ask is, you didn't know what you were going to do that morning. Justin just showed up and was still like the state, right?
Now, we did, we really had interpreted about it.
That problem is, when Mr. Johnson picked you up, you showed up in a white Mercedes. You didn't know he was coming in a white Mercedes, right?
No, I didn't know you put on me, but.
Right. And you didn't know what colors he was going to bring. And you didn't know if you were going to see anybody that day. The turkey drive been going on all week, right?
So we, like I said before, prior to this, the day before, we was already out. So we knew that we was, you know what I'm saying, he already let us know. Mr. Govan already let us know, like, y'all gonna get something. We gonna get something. We ain't just selling. We gonna get something. We got one. We gonna do it.
And when you happen to see Mr. Dolph, since you said you're not familiar with PRE and all that, even though you shot at Mr. Williams some months earlier, how did you know that was him? If you don't know much about PRE, how did you know that was him?
So I used to I knew Dolph is the only one who had.
Well, the car that we saw is very dark with the windows.
Everybody was Dolph, all of his son.
Okay, so he's got a G-Wagon? Yes? If you know everything, you know what's going on.
All of them got like the little new material stuff on, but anything else, the day before, at the gas station.
But you said when you got there, you didn't see it.
No, that was on the end. It was on the end.
Okay, so when you now say that Govan told you about these turkey drives, you have access to the internet where you live, right? And you can see all the Instagram going out and you know these turkey drives on your own. You knew that, right? You
Yeah, we got to know that.
Like, because it almost sounds like we're being a child, right? You commit a murder and you're like, Govan told me to get rid of the gun. Or Govan told me to get rid of the phone. Or Govan said I had a car. You've been a pretty good criminal until then. You know you're supposed to do these things, right? You don't need a spoon fed from that guy and say, hey, maybe I can get it from the murder, right?
I didn't know anything about it. We went to Mr. Govan property and on. He the one hired me to do this. I didn't know anything about paper I have no big. I didn't know anything about Justin Johnson. I made all that to Mr. Hernandez Govan. You see me right there?
And the people were supposed to give you the money. And you ready, they told you to do it.
No, Joe wasn't doing all the talking. Mr. Hernandez Govan was doing all the talking, like I said. Joe was like, he put them phones outside. And he was just like shaking his head, like whatever he was saying, like the money gonna be good. That was Mr. Hernandez was talking. He was like, you know what I'm saying? This little C right here. This right here.
So the guy you just met at Bobby Carter, your associate, said might be a snitch. That's your listening to. And you play this clip that you told the police. Sorry, you have to switch the
It was one day me, I was outright. I was 8 feet. So I went to the courthouse to get the H pills from him, and Juke was over there. And when I walked in, there was one quick told Juke, this little seat right here, and mine, oh, Juke was like, it'll get him out. First, he said, take all the phones outside. He ain't say my phone, he said quit phone. I passed my phone, the medic still come. So, took the phone outside, and Juke was like, get him out of here, he get him, and he does. Dang, so I was like, exactly when it was, but that was he said.
You were saying that when you had this you wanted to just by chance, and he was your own functions about the case. Assuming this is true, so what I'm hearing, when you say it was just, and Drew also knew that building could be a federal snitch, that's why he made you move the phones out.
I don't know who got it, because I don't know Drew like that. I don't know what Drew knew about me. That was what I had heard, and he was federal speech, and every time somebody said they could shoot, it was on LYM.
But you said earlier, and I know more so know that even Drew knew about him being law enforcement, and that's why you made you take the phones outside.
That was what they said, but I don't know what Drew knew about him, because I don't know Drew like that, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I was assuming, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why he tell us to take the phone. That's what I was
So you're familiar with CMG, right?
I know the audience, you.
Okay.
I don't know them personally.
With regards to knowing Dolph and his music, you heard the song 100 Shots, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so you know people have been trying to kill Dolph for 3 to 4 years prior to this, prior to this.
Yeah.
Alright, and you know that CMG had people all over the country trying to kill him. Los Angeles, Charlotte, etc. You know that, right? You read about it, you're a fan.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who or nothing like that. I don't know. But I know they can have me. I know they can.
Alright, you know that was really successful, wealth, and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So all the people that they could hire to kill the biggest thing in Memphis, they did a known name that sells a couple of films on Bradley Street and Orange Mountain that set you up to go kill somebody instead of paying some real professionals what they're doing, even though you've been shot at repeatedly in other places, right?
From Mr. Hernandez Govan, he was saying I ain't want nobody on any camp doing it, so that's why he had us.
Okay. Yeah, go in, set it all up, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's how I feel. That's how I knew that
You didn't know nothing but in the streets that there was a price on Dolph's head and he was shot at, even though you know
I know he been shot at, he been shot, but I ain't just like the game with Juke, the time. I do it, no. I do it, big no. So I mean, they go from here. I don't believe it.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Court stands in a brief recess. Drew Cronin.
away from the common and make your lawn and landscape unique with Uncommon Ground. Uncommon Ground meets all your needs for outdoor living, landscaping, fertilization, and irrigation systems. Let us design your unique backyard getaway. Patios, kitchens, retaining walls, decks, fire pits, and all accented by a beautiful array of plants and trees. Residential, commercial. Start planning your project now with Uncommon Ground. Call us for a free consultation and visit our website at uncommongroundqc.com.
Great rates got us the car. Great service keeps us coming back. Stress-free auto loans start at Dutrack Community Credit Union. With pre-approval options, you'll be in the driver's seat in no time. Ask about refinancing your loan with another lender to Dutrack's Member Advantage program with competitive rates. More memories, less hassle. That's real life banking. Visit Dutrack.org.
Ray Young.
Here.
Gary Bowden.
So the date you have is December the 9th, 2021. And you spoke to police. Mr. Aurora actually, about you saying that you met Justin Johnson, a person named Mr. Linus. Do you know a person named Mr. Linus? Do you know a person named Justin Taylor?
I've been locked up. I realized who he was.
Okay, who is Justin Taylor?
He used to be around the road. And then they go in and just jump.
And that's a different person than Justin Johnson. Justin Taylor and Justin Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned this in your interview, you met Justin Taylor through this language, you know what they're saying?
Oh, gosh.
And that was what you said in your interview, that you know.
Yeah, I was under influence.
Do you recognize the person in this video?
Yeah, it looked like him.
Did you speak with a justice anyone? Well, I had to okay, you may know him as Drop. Okay. Did you talk to him again?
Coach, what are your thoughts on the specialized players in the market? There are a lot of
Okay.
But I know well because, you know, he's a brother.
Okay. How do you know this?
They was the one off by
Which part is it? This one? This one?
They were asking you about Justin Taylor. You know, and that's who you're working on.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's who you're answering about.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, during the cross-examination, you were asked about some payments between cash and cash out. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am. That's when I put my interview out.
Okay. Who was paid via cash out, but what was the conversation about the cash out? Because you mentioned that was two different instances.
Justin was saying that he was going to cash out Mr. Hernandez Govan and some money to get the car covered.
like I said, the incident happened November 17th, 2021. And you did speak, initially speak with police the 9th, 2021. And it was even later than that when you mentioned about Amazon, right?
Correct.
So it could have been this objection really was earlier than it could have been. Or possibly 5 to 6 months later when you spoke
Yeah,
about.
when I first spoke to the teachers, I wanted, put myself in there, saying that I did, saying that I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was under the influence December 9th. And the conversation we had really was like, I don't incriminate myself in this, you know what I'm saying?
And last you were asked about a message that was sent to Jim in December of 2017.
Yes, ma'am, I forgot what they were saying, but I sent them a mission like, when you go there, let's see, man, I'm trying to get with you, trying to get my money.
At times, would you sometimes use Angela's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you possibly use Angela's phone to send that message?
Yes, ma'am.
She has to come in for things.
While she's doing that, a couple of times when we were talking over the last hour or two, and while your girlfriend mentioned that, do you remember that? Okay, people sometimes say the names wrong, right? You gotta say yes or no.
Yeah.
Alright. It asked me about Justin Taylor. Do you know Justin Taylor?
I met him through Mr. Hernandez Govan.
Okay, but the reason I asked is you said you talked to Justin that day of the shooting.
Justin Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah, they straight up Justin Johnson.
Right, and the cop says Justin Taylor, you may know him as Rock, you know, lives here now, she's gonna play him for you. So I don't want to pull the wool over your eyes. You knew exactly who he was talking about, he just switched out the names just like I've done in the military because there's so many people. When he said that you talked to Justin Taylor, Rock, or whoever, on the day of the homicide, you went to Justin Johnson. You said yes, right?
I didn't incriminate myself.
I'm not asking you.
None of them did. So when they were talking to me, I was under the influence, but I want to incriminate myself at the same time.
I understand that. It simply said, did you talk to Justin Taylor, Rob, or some other person? And you said yes, right? We'll just play it. I mean, you and I both know who they were talking about, right?
At the time, they asked names that I don't know. I didn't know Mr. Hernandez Govan first name. I didn't know Justin Johnson first name. I didn't know nothing about nobody first name. When I first got off, I didn't know none of their first name.
Oh. So now you're telling this jury you didn't know Justin Johnson's first name?
They asked Justin Johnson, you might know him as straight John. They would tell me their name before I got. Like before I got locked up, I ain't know none of their first name. Okay. His name was Quick, Justin John's name was straight John.
So when the government asked you about Justin Johnson, you described exactly how it happened, how they introduced you, the fact. But I thought you didn't have a lot of the discovery. But now you have the names.
I don't have all my discovery. Everybody see it, but the stuff here, you know what I'm saying? Everybody know it, I got it.
Alright, so the man you went to go kill Dolph with in cold blood, broad daylight, and you'd known for about 4 months at that point, you didn't know his name was Justin, never called him.
No.
And you had his phone number. You called him brother, so how did you know his name was Doc and you just called him brother? That's how you had it?
There was a grab one, so I just called him brother. I ain't know nothing, nobody leaving him. There ain't nobody leaving him. They call me Lil C. There ain't nobody leaving him. They just went off with a best shot. Lil C.
Let me play the audio for you.
Saturday, you speak with a Justin Taylor? Yes, okay. I see that. Well, I had to. Okay, you may know as Drop or T. Okay, you talk to me like that? What is that?
Keep going until we set this away.
I can't know who okay. But I did well because, you know, you know, I'm glad I had done it too. Okay. I didn't know this. I met her with one of my partners. Who's partner?
Thank you. First of yours are taken on, so a second ago, I told you, how did you know Justin Taylor? And you said you met him through Govan, is that right? Yeah. All right. So when the police officer asked you, how do you know Justin? If you were really talking about Justin Taylor, wouldn't you have said I met him through Govan? You just said it, those are your words, I'm not trying to play games with you.
All right, I understand what you're saying.
All right. So you told us that you met Justin Taylor. Where were Justin Taylor? Through Govan, right? And so when the police asked you, when did you meet Justin or Dolph, you said I met him through a rapper named Miscellaneous, remember? Okay. So if the prosecutor tries to make it seem like you met Justin Taylor through Miscellaneous, that would be false because you just testified under oath that Govan is the one that introduced you to Justin Taylor, right?
Yeah, but I was also under the influence.
I get all that, not under the influence. The prosecutor's not under the influence, neither you. She asked you a straight up question and said, is it possible you met him this way? And you guys chuckled about it a little bit. What I'm telling you is, the truth is, if you ever knew Justin Taylor, it was through Mr. Govan. And when they asked you about Justin Block, you said I met him through Miscellaneous. Is that what we heard? The only answer is yes. That's all I have.
So we will get started first thing in the morning, 9:30. I'm going to monitor you and not to talk about. So when you start to talk about things, let's say you start talking about your trial, amongst yourself. Once you start talking about things, you begin to come to conclusions about things. And it's way too soon to do that. Right? I've admonished you early on, and I'm going to continue to admonish you to wait till you hear all of the things, and wait till you get the law that I'm going to use to add to the thing before you start having conversations. Okay? Because once you start to talk about it, you'll start coming to the so you guys both have a good evening and good evening. We'll see you back here.